A dreaded flag, a vengeful sea. Be careful what you say. There's always someone listening. The Dutchman tossed on the sea. I swore and the devil heard me. Now we're doomed to sail the 7 seas for eternity. So yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. A sinister grin across his face said, you'll be doomed to this place. The devil heard my oath, shame of my boast. Oh, a ghostly ship from the depths, freedom from fear is the only gift of death. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. If you cast your eyes, you'll join us like those before. We're an omen of the ocean night. When you see the flying Dutchman, it's too late for your soul. To the waters we gave now our breath. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean wind blow. A dreaded flag, a vengeful sea. Be careful what you say. There's always someone listening. The Dutchman tossed on the sea. I swore and the devil heard me. Now we're doomed to sail the 7 seas for eternity. So yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. A sinister grin across his face said, you'll be doomed to this place. The devil heard my oath, shame of my boast. Oh, a ghostly ship from the depths, freedom from fear is the only gift of death. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must you cast your eyes, you'll join us like those before. We're an omen of the ocean night. When you see the flying Dutchman, it's too late for your soul. To the waters we gave now our grace. Sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo, let the ocean winds blow. Yo, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo, let the ocean wind blow.
Oh, all right, folks. Welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I know this probably looks weird because you're not used to me always being in my house, but tonight we had it all set up and then work calls. So we weren't even going to do a show tonight. Honestly, we were just going to we weren't going to do Fridays anymore. We have a few Fridays left, maybe, I guess, in us, and then that's it. I think we're canceling Friday. So tell me in the comments, though, how you feel about that. If you really want to keep it, I can fight for it, but it doesn't look like it's going to be. It's just time consuming, and it doesn't look like anybody's really interested in keeping it on our end, including myself. And the other problem with it too is that can everybody hear me? Oh, great. Can everybody hear me? Can you hear me? Nobody can hear me. Can anybody hear me? Oh, freaking heck. Okay, as long as you can hear me. So we're doing kind of an open mic thing tonight. I mean, I could have had a number of people on tonight, and I just could not get to sleep. I had so much going on during the day. The phone wouldn't stop ringing. And then on top of the phone ringing, like we had some serious issues with my job. And I still, like I said, I have a job. This is still not my main job. You can't just enjoy this and say, hey, this is my job. As much as I would like it to be, I really would, just to do this and not have to deal with a million other things. See if I can turn this camera a little bit there. But yeah, this is what we're doing. So tonight, We can talk about anything, whatever you want to talk about. I got a lot of stories, but my voice was starting to go out, and I decided to decline to do a record for Wednesday. At this point, I will still be doing the Saturday show tomorrow night, and I will be having my guests on. Tomorrow, Rob Yox won't be able to join us, which is unfortunate because I wanted him and Jason Bland to be on together. I thought it would have been an awesome show. And I wanted to have Chris James come back, of course, along with Christopher Jordan. But it looks like it's just going to be me, Chris James, Christopher Jordan, and Jason Bland, which is fine. And then next week we'll have Michael Anthony on back with the same people, hopefully, and Rob Yox will be back. So that should be a good show. And then we got possibly Brian Bowden or Bowden maybe the next week. We'll see how that goes. Maybe he'll be on, maybe he won't. It depends on his schedule, what he's got going. And maybe Daniel Jones. It'll be different people. It'll be a different combination of people. And every time, you get the different combinations of people, you get different stories, you get different stuff. We do have one called the Costa Rican Werewolf that we're going to be working on. I got to iron out a couple details with Javier, the guy that gave me the information. And then that's pretty much it. What else? I have a couple stories, and I was watching some videos earlier to do a little research on this. And what I found interesting, I was watching some stuff with my wife earlier, and neither one of us could sleep because the phone, it was just constant with work. I mean, it was like it was overwhelming. Bunch of stuff going on. Hold on one second, folks. Let me get something to cover my head so I don't got to fix my hair. There we go. I'm in need of a haircut, but it doesn't matter. So what I was thinking about doing was if you guys want to talk, or if somebody wants to jump on and I can send you a link, I can do it through Facebook Messenger is the easiest way for me to do it. But I mean, it's up to you guys. There is several stories that I wanted to tell, that are going to come out on Sunday, a few that I can do on Sunday, but there's a lot of different things we can do. Well, there's a lot of, so I see you in here, right, Voss? If you want to jump on and co-host with me, that'd be great. You feel like doing something? Tony was going to be able to do the show tonight, and then it turned out that no, he's got to work. And we're just slammed with work. The balls in the back are autographed, yes. In the back, you have Mickey Mantle, Roger Maris, Pete Rose. They're all Hall of Famers except for Mike Scott. You have a bunch of them back there, a bunch of autograph balls. So, yeah, they are autographed. I also, somewhere, I have a I think it's in 1967. I think the Pirates won that year. I think that was the year they had. And Roberto Clemente's autograph is on there, along with like Willie Stargell and a few other people, I believe, if I remember correctly. But you have Willie Mays. See Brooks Robinson back there. All those are autographed back there. Yeah. I have somebody that might be able to come on. Because I wanted him to tell his story of and I don't know if he's listening, but I sent him the link. He's a guy that has an amazing story about a reptilian encounter he had. I just sent him the link. And I sent the other one to a guy who had Nolan Ryan's on there too. Yeah. But one of the things that I wanted to talk about, and the show, of course, is, there's no shortage of people who are going to be rude and nasty and say things, and I'm going to say this. We're going to do our best to just try to ignore those people from now, because we got to move on and we got to do what we got to do. The show has to go on, and it's not going to take up any more of our time. So, people that are giving me information, I appreciate you noticing it and saying something about the many swipe artists out there. Somebody took a swipe at me earlier talking about, oh, well, these people that don't go out in the field, they just tell stories and blah, 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 blah. Well, they're going to really suck eggs when we get our camera stuff together and we do go out there a lot more than we are. We have been going out there, actually. And it's not to prove a point. Well, I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to prove a point. I do prove points. I did do a video of myself. I'm going to post it on Facebook. I just haven't done it yet, but I did do the video with me lifting a certain amount of weight, and then I did another one that was it was pretty. Yeah, I did a lot of weight on another one. I did on the decline. I did on the incline, and then I showed everybody then on the bench, and now I did it on the decline, and I've done it on the. It's a machine. I don't know what to call it. It's like it's like a fly machine. It's really difficult for most people. It's very hard. I had two plates on each side the other day, and I was doing it, and this guy was like waiting for me to finish, and he was a bigger dude, and he took a plate off on each side to do it. And he said, if I tried to do that, I'd tear my shoulder off. And I said, he's a younger guy though. He's like 22, 23. And I told him, I said, it takes years to get that strong, unless you're juicing. And I don't juice. I do juice, but it's not steroids. I don't take steroids. I drink juice. But yeah, there are videos of me just to prove points, but I just want to do it for myself too. And I kind of didn't want to do something that would aggravate Nellie because she worries about me. She's my wife, and she wouldn't be who she is if she just said, hey, go ahead and do whatever and put yourself at risk just to please people who could give a crap about you. And so that's not what I'm doing. And that's not why we're doing the investigations, going out, whatever. I'm doing it because I enjoy it. Actually, I like walking around out in the woods and doing different stuff. The problem, though, for someone like me, is that I know when something is out there. And the other night when we were out there, I could definitely feel the presence of something was close by. I don't know if that's so much a problem. I mean, but it is unnerving when that happens because, well, you're not alone. And you know you're not alone. It's like swimming in the ocean. I can always feel the presence of something there if it's there. And so that's not a comfortable feeling. It's not a comfortable feeling, to go out into the woods, also being predisposed to all this and knowing what's out there. Like, that absolutely that these things are real, and you're not fooling yourself into thinking like, oh, there ain't nothing going to happen to me. Ain't nothing going to happen, Very much a possibility. So I'm going to send a link to a couple more people. If they want to jump in, they can. It's up to them. Let me send this link. There we go. Maybe we can get some people in here, get them going, and maybe we can see what we got. It's a terrifying world at night, isn't it? Yeah. Justin, I can tell you this. Where I was growing up, there was a lot of Bigfoot activity, and I never saw one straight on. but I am thoroughly convinced that they were around all the time. One time in particular, I talked about this on Vic's show. I believe that they were right there by the barbed wire fence. I just couldn't see them. And I did see, like, and I talked about it on that show, like a big giant shadow thing, like move across. Thank you for that, Liberty. I appreciate that. Appreciate the donation. The issue with Sasquatch is that I believe they're around a lot. I think they're around a lot, especially where I used to live. And now, knowing what I know now, I know Dogman's very prevalent there too. I didn't see a Dogman in that area when I was young. I'm sure they were out there, but we heard them. We heard these wolf howls at night. And when my dad would work shift work, but when he was home at night, he would hear it and he'd be like, "What in the hell is that?" And having grown up, and in these different places in that area, my dad knew that there was nothing that should sound like that. It's I don't know, man. My mother knew about them too, a lot more. I think more than I think that she was more predisposed to believing in it than my dad was. My dad was he was in complete denial about a lot of things. We lived in a haunted house when I was a kid. And I'll never forget one specific moment. I was sitting there playing with my He-Man. It's one of those things. Thank you for that donation, Lunar Eclipse. We appreciate the donations. We are trying to get money together to get a camera. I want to do maybe a GoFundMe or something because the money I have has to be put into 3 different projects right now. One, saving up the money to get the documentary done. Another one is the board game. And then, of course, trying to get my books done because you have to pay people to put the book together. There's a person that you get that does that, and then you have somebody that edits it, and it's not cheap to do those things. As good of friends as they are, they're not going to work for free. They got to get paid, and then you have to have the artist to do it unless you want a bunch of bull crap. So those things are expensive, and I have 2 of them that I got to do. So that's that, and then I have a lot of money that I'm going to have to pay for taxes. I have to pay taxes, folks. I'm not, I don't have loopholes like some people. I have a friend of mine that has a humongous. I mean, he's a millionaire. I have several friends that are millionaires, and I don't like people say, "Well, these people. Why don't you just get them to fund your projects?" I could, and then it becomes part of their deal because they're business people and they're not going to just want to do it for free. And then you have to give it to them. I like to do things myself so that I can say, look, I did it myself with a little help from my audience, but I'm giving you something. So I don't have a problem with you helping by reciprocation because we're giving you something. If we were just sitting up here begging for money, like we've been accused of, that'd be one thing, but I'm not. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. One of the things I can say too, we're doing the music. We said we were going to do it and we're doing it. Did you guys like that? That was the Flying Dutchman. Give me your opinions on the Flying Dutchman. It was our latest one. Mermaid's coming out in a couple days. It probably should be ready by Sunday, and we'll be playing that one. Crystal Cook, how you doing? Tripping up on you. All the usual suspects. Dana Dawson. See, now here's the situation. Dana just bought a membership. And so now that we have these memberships, we're going like, we don't want to put things behind a paywall, but we got to give them something. So if you're a member, we're going to do something for you. We're going to do like a little short stories here and there. And that's how we're going to do that. Anthony and me and Tony are trying to iron out how we're going to do this. And it may even be them coming on once in a while and just straight up reading out an email. So that could be something that we'll have. Right now, I got Rye Voss. Hey, Rye, what's going on, man?
Hey, Josh. Not too much. I just finished a interview about an hour ago, and I was just closing up for the night, and but I'm good to go.
Yeah. So, folks, if you want to hear the Flying Dutchman or any of the other music we've released, go to Paranormal Sound Table, or you can purchase it on iTunes, I believe. So you can download it or whatever you feel like doing. However, the music's just a creative expression, basically. It's not a money-making thing. And it's something that Nelly enjoys doing, and damn, she's good at it. She's good at writing music. I can tell you that right now.
She's fantastic at it. That newest one, I really liked it. I'm all about like the sea shanty songs. I think they're fantastic. I love them.
Yeah. Taylor, thank you for that donation. She says very informative every time. Thank you. And then we have this was not, we were not going to do a show tonight, right? We didn't do one on Wednesday. And I'm just tired. Work is just kicking my butt all over the place. I feel like I'm getting beat up by Tyson Fury or Anthony Joshua or Usyk or somebody. I'm going 12 rounds and I'm just getting the hell beat out of me. That's how work feels right now.
And then we went late there. We went pretty late on Tuesday too.
Oh yeah. Ania, thank you for that donation. Like I said, Dana Dawson, thank you for the membership. We're going to do something for you guys. We did get the Joshua Cutchin books in. We did get them in. I had jumped the gun and said we had gotten them when we hadn't, but now we do. So if you are like Debbie Cothra, you're one of the people, then you'll be getting your book. I saw Debbie in the chat. Brett, thank you for that donation. He says a little reciprocation for you all. For all you do, love the what did you say? The sea shanty. We started it. What does it say? We started. I eat your tenacity. Okay. We sorted
it to your tenant. I don't know.
Can't understand all that, but thank you. I appreciate that. Brett's a good guy. He's always there. Jimmy Blanton's there. I wanted to do something tonight since we're kind of doing an open mic thing, and Scorpion has now, get this. Scorpion's in the chat. So he gives us the word Wednesday night. We had to go by there late and do the whatever. And so he had been doing something for us.
Okay.
And I would like to talk to him about possibly, he got confronted last Thursday by 3 people on his property. Now he's doing a property that has been volatile. We have managed to get it under control. So I was thinking about giving him a quick call. Let me call him.
All right.
And let me see how this goes. After he was confronted.
Yeah, what's going on, bud?
Let me see if I can get you on so people can hear you.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Okay. Hey, so Scorpion, you were given a task to try to talk to who we've dubbed Queen Boudica. And so you were confronted on Thursday. You want to give the audience a quick rundown of how that went down and what is being told to you, along with my nephew that was working there, and then another guard named Clark, and then myself and Anthony. Tell the audience what is being said by some of the homeless people in that area.
Yeah, some of the homeless people have been saying stories of cannibalism going on out in the some of the encampments that are out there.
What?
So when I saw Queen Boudica and a couple of her henchmen, I managed to keep the situation calm enough to where I wasn't attacked, but I talked to her and tried to get her to say that she would come onto the show somehow and tell some of the stories of things that she's heard about, or maybe you have one of her henchmen who may have heard some stuff.
Now, as raggedy and annoying as she is, and I'm not going to say that she's not, she's not my favorite person, okay? She's been given criminal trespass for a reason, but because she's volatile. She has had a physical altercation with one of our field captains, who's a female, and after getting defeated, I guess, she didn't take it well. So she has a group of people, and I'm not going to lie to you folks, they're a large encampment. I would estimate about 50 people, yes or no, Scorp?
Somewhere around there, yeah, probably.
Yeah. And so what she has done, she issued a threat saying that she was going to, her exact words, annihilate me and my people. And so they have literally attacked the former manager, and they attacked a maintenance guy who now has PTSD because he was doing his job in broad daylight. He got attacked. They've broken into apartments.
Yeah, just get attacked. He was assaulted with a deadly weapon. One of them tried to stab him.
Yep. Yeah. And there have been no less than, I'd say, there's been 8 different physical altercations between us and them.
That I know of, yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. 2 of them were from you. One of them was with me, and then there were several from my nephew, and then another one from another guard, and then one from the field captain. So actually, she was involved in 2, and she's pretty tough cookie. Her name is Kim. She's been on the show. So what we're dealing with is a group of, I'm not going to lie, they look like Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome people. But as bad as they are, they claim that they were at war with another group of people that's rumored that they were cannibals. Now, it would be one thing if these people just they were the only ones saying it. But they're not the only ones saying it. There was an encampment across from Barton Creek Mall. You can look this up. There was a homeless encampment right across the street. Look up on 360 Barton Creek Mall. And we were told when we were working there, that was about 6 years. Or no, what was that? Then 2018, I believe. You were there along with 2 other guards, and y'all were told. That was not the first time. The first time we heard it was when we were working back years ago at a place called Vignette that is no longer there. But as of late, I think that would have been like the last round of stories that we were given. So this isn't something new. I've heard it probably half a dozen times. How many times have you heard this rumor already?
Me, at least, I don't know, 5, 6 times.
Yeah. So it could be true that when Boudica, that's the nickname we gave her, but when Queen Boudica is talking about having fought another group of cannibals, as she calls them, there could be some validity to this. We had a guy that used to work for us named Bagwell, and Bagwell claimed when he was homeless at one time that he witnessed these people doing these things, and the police don't really find anything because they eat it, and then the bones are buried or whatever, and that's it. This is literally what they say. Now, when we were working out by the lake, they found a human foot in the lake. Do you remember that, Scorp?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then another time they found, like, they would find body parts here and there, whatever. And then there were these people who literally took credit for it and said, they were eating these people. And so this is something that we're not making this up. This isn't a joke, but the homeless people don't really have a voice. So they're the ones screaming this, hey, this is happening. And, what are they going to do? Nobody's going to listen to them and take them seriously. But when your industry is our industry and we hear these stories, now, we had a site called The Wall, which I did a nighttime investigation on, and I did hear a lot of weird stuff. And it wasn't just people moving around back there. There was something in those woods. You've worked at The Wall. How would you compare the situation between that group of well, they're not, we pretty much, I don't want to say defeated them, but we overcame them by using just brute force 7 guards. How would you compare your situation getting Congress under control as opposed to The Wall? Which one would you say was more dangerous at their height?
Here?
Where you're at?
Yeah.
Yeah.
People, they carried around weapons. They weren't afraid to brandish them either. All over there, they may have had weapons, but they were a little more wary about pulling them out.
Because there are more guards.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's something. Lolo asked the question: are they doing it because they're hungry, or is it ritualistic? I would say because they're just using it as a cheap source of food.
Yeah. Say for sure one way or the other, but that's what I'm thinking right there. They need people for something to eat.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to let you go. I just wanted to get your take on that and let people hear from you about what you're going on. It's basically war. And hopefully, but I really, really, really want to thank you right here on the live from the bottom of my heart. I want to thank you there's Shane, Michael, Crisp. How you doing, Shane? And
hey, what's up, Josh? What's up, Ryan? How you guys doing?
Hey,
we're doing good, man. We're just talking to Scorpion about some stuff with the homeless people there. Do you plan on trying to set something up, broker a time when I can record with her? Because I would like to get an interview with her about what she knows.
If I ever see her again, I'm sure I will at some point, but I just don't know when that's going to be.
Well, she can't help but trespass, so she'll be there with her. She'll be there with her minions. But when you do, just do what you did, and it was awesome that you were able to do that. I appreciate that. Scorpion always coming through. He's one of my best friends in the world. You be safe out there. I do have the patrol captain, and I have the North Central Patrol that will be coming through there to help you tonight if anything goes down.
Okay.
Okay. Stay safe.
All right, man.
Awesome.
All right. Bye.
Wow. That's incredible. Really, really peculiar.
Yeah. So this is what we're dealing with here in the great city of Austin, in complete denial, because they have defunded the police, and so now we have the rumors that have been going on for, I'd say, at least 2 decades. There've been talk of it, saying this, saying that, and then I didn't hear anything about it for like 10 years, and then someone just came out with it again when we were working security at the Barton Creek Mall several years ago. We were doing, I believe it was, what is that place called? Williams-Sonoma. And one of the people that worked there was saying that one of the guards that used to work there actually was assaulted by some of the homeless people there. And that when they attacked this person, now we can't confirm this. This is somebody that gave it to us secondhand, but my guard says, hey, you might want to hear this. This person said that they were telling them that they were going to kill and eat them. And so we talked to a person who used to be encamped next to that other encampment, and that they fought with those people. And they told us another weird story. When they had tore down the old theater, we were doing security there, and this person was coming onto the property, and they were scared, and they asked if they could sleep in the building. We told them no. And they said, look, I don't want to go back. My encampment was basically decimated by cannibals. And this, it keeps coming up. And then if you talk to certain guards, they'll tell you, like, yeah, we are hearing reports of this. These reports, I guess, are being passed on to the police. I don't know, maybe not. But maybe they're just not taking it seriously. And I'm not trying to make a big story or whatever out of this. I mean, it's just there is something going on here. And there are people who have worked for us who can attest to how bad the homeless. And there's, in fact, Larry Fisher. He works for me part-time every now and then when he's not busting his butt on roofs, and he can attest to how violent and aggressive these homeless people here in Austin are, and what a quagmire it is here with the police being defunded. I never signed up to be a cop. If I wanted to be a cop, I'd be a cop. I didn't sign up for that. What I want to do is just do my job, private security, protecting individuals' private property. That was what we were supposed to be doing, but now we're dealing with some really whacked out, crazy people. And hopefully I will be able to interview these people if they're willing, because I think that Boudica is willing to talk, because if she thinks that we're willing to listen, which we are, we could get her story out there, and maybe they can break this and tell us what they know. And the people who may or may not be doing this, we can figure out whether or not it's real. And if it is, then maybe we can help put a stop to it. I don't know, but it seems to be pretty easy for somebody to get away with things when there's very few police. And at one point, the state troopers came down on Austin, and they laid down and they did a bunch of arrests. They busted a bunch of people. And then whatever partnership they had with APD fell through, and now APD is back to being undermanned. I've talked to many good police officers here that have said, look, we're just shorthanded. We don't have the funds. We can't stop what's going on. And it's unfortunate. It's gotten out of hand, and they're doing everything they can, but they can only do so much. And so their budget being way cut.
So you believe they're doing it out of a necessity, not as or do you think it's something else nefarious going on? Like, eating human beings is if you are completely have no more food and you are abandoned somewhere and this is the only way to survive, then yes, but this seems something more, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know if and here's the thing too, that I don't know if it's just one group, and if it was just one time somebody said something,
Yeah.
that would be one thing. But if people are coming to you and it's happening, I mean, if you look at the reports, you're talking about maybe a half dozen times we've heard it over the past, so many years. Like it's not like every day.
Yeah.
It's just every now and then you'll hear the rumor and it'll pop, your ears will perk up. But with anything, with people like let's take the dogman phenomena or UFOs or whatever the kind of stuff we talk about.
Yeah.
You go, yeah, I heard somebody talk about that, but then if you go back and you stop and you think about it, how many times did I hear that? That's actually quite a few. But it's not like it's every day, so you just kind of like go on and blow it off, whatever.
Yeah,
that's not what I'm going to do. I'm not that kind of person that's just going to go, well, I heard it and then I just put it in my back of my mind and I never think of it again. Then you hear it again, it's like you heard it for the first time. That's human nature to do that.
Mm-hmm.
What you got to do as an investigator to deal with a situation, which I do constantly with my show, is I have to be willing to take a story and dig in, look into it. This is something that I'm still trying to flesh out, and no pun intended. I'm trying to figure out what the validity of all these reports are that we've gotten, because if you take my personal, what I've heard over the years, and then what other people have said, you put it all together. I don't know. I mean, I want to talk to some more police and see if they've gotten reports or if they're willing to talk about it, because one of the police officers that talked to one of our guards kind of was like beating around the bush about it, but kind of said yes, but then was not willing to go on the record with it. So that kind of puts you back to square one. I need to talk to these people and maybe record them and say, hey, maybe. And I was thinking of doing it in a documentary style and saying, look, there's something going on here. I think people need to take a look at this, because, the homeless population would be a very easy target. And I think they're really targeted more by each other. And I think that it may be something ritualistic in the way that it could be a form of punishment or something. You don't behave, we'll eat you. Or it's just become a viable food source,
Some Soylent Green. Yes.
Yes. Soylent Green. Yeah. It's
Soylent
not.
Green, yes.
This group of people that we're dealing with right there, where he's at, where Scorpion's at, are very volatile, very violent, and they're very quick to commit violence. I had one of them that I just asked a simple question while he was urinating on a wall doing something wrong, and he ran at me and tried to assault me. And I stopped him and got him off the property. But it's not something that I want to, it was so fast. There wasn't even any talk. I was just like, excuse me. And he goes, do you know me? Blah, 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 blah. And he just, it was like, bam, like that. My wife was in the truck. I told her to stay put. And then, Anthony was with me and he backed me up, but I had to deal with this guy. And I don't know why they're so quick to violence, but according to what their leader, and she really is their leader. They have leaders. It's weird. She told us that they had just finished having a big war with these cannibals that they had driven out of that area, and basically telling us that we should be happy and we did them a favor. They did us a favor. And I'm like, look, I don't even know if you're being honest. But apparently on Thursday he was confronted by them, and Scorpio did what I told him. I said, look, talk to him. Just say, look, do you want a voice? If you want a voice, we're willing to talk to you. And so I guess it worked. They calmed down and said, okay, they're willing to meet with me. She calls me Matt Dillon, which is from Gunsmoke, whatever. And she says, tell the tall one, that's me. I'm 6'4". She's like, tell your big, tall Matt Dillon, if he wants to talk, to come talk to me. And she says he knows where to find me. And I'm like, not really. I know you have an encampment back there, but I am not going in there. I'm not going into that encampment. You have to go down a little trail, and you could be ambushed real easy in there. I've gone about 20 feet up in there, and I looked and I thought they throw spears too. This is going to sound completely insane if you've never dealt with it. It's like a Lord of the Flies, dude. So they have thrown spears. I haven't heard anybody throwing a spear at that particular site, but at the wall, Yes, they threw spears, they threw feces at us. I mean, they take gunshots at you. There was another site we had that was completely just a big mess. It was called Remington, and in the back, the final blow was that they had a little fight back there with an encroaching team of homeless people. There was a fight, and the place burned up. They burned up the entire back. It was like 10 acres, just whatever. They lit it on fire. I think it was 7 acres. But my nephew, or my godson, Alec, who did some of the camera work for me over at the conference, if you were at the conference, you might, you guys weren't there, but if you were at the conference, you'd met him. He's a photographer. He was working that night with another guard who is an Arabic friend of mine who I want to get on the show to talk about the Quatrub, which is the Arabic werewolf thing. He knows a lot about it. And they were working together, and they saw the flames, and they took pictures, and it was huge, this huge fire. And these are the homeless people at war with each other.
Wow.
So they're at war with the city of Austin. They're at war with the regular citizens. They're at war with the police, and they're at war with each other. And we are kind of at the forefront of that because we are trying to protect people's property and interest. So we're the enemy. And so we're the obvious target. That's what ends up happening. But, the only thing we can do at this point is just try to protect ourselves, stay safe. Well, it's an ongoing story, and I'll revisit it from time to time. But for right now, though, let me ask you guys, what are you guys up to? I know, Rye, you got we'll start with you. You got the new show.
Yeah, the new show, the Codex of Curiosities. It's funny because on Tuesday when we had our supernatural town hall session there, you were bringing up haters and like drama and towing the line. And the irony of the situation is I had shared one of my most recent episode on a subreddit in Reddit. And I had a guy, one of the moderators, lash out at me and say, "This is a hoax. This guy's a cosplayer. He's posing all this shit. This is not real. And if you don't take this down and call him out," like pretty much I would have to submit to this guy and say that, "Oh yeah, this interview was just for entertainment purposes only." That he was going to start like trashing my name and everything and call my my show just a entertainment only. And I pretty much said, "Listen, I back up my guests. I have integrity, and I'm not going to fall to any coercion by some Yahoo who thinks he's, thinks he's all that because he's a moderator of a subreddit group." And so needless to say, now he's dubbed my show as entertainment purposes, and I don't care. And I messaged my guests, and I told him like this stuff's going on, but I said, "No, I believe you." And it's okay if people don't believe. It is okay. But as soon as you try to blackmail or coerce someone into believing, to towing your line, into believing what you say, like you can't have an opinion. You have to believe what I believe. That's when you lose all credibility and you become a narcissist. So I told him pretty much to get bent, and that was it.
Well, we all know that Reddit is where you go to get the factual information. In fact, if you want to know about the cannibalism and also, just go to Reddit and they'll give you the whole story, and they'll exactly tell you where you can go sign up to become a communist too. That's another good thing about Reddit. Just
ain't that the truth? I will say I found some amazing people on Reddit. I found some amazing people, but man, have I found some scum of the earth on Reddit as well. Like if you think trolls are bad on Facebook or any other of the platforms, Reddit's got them beat, man. Reddit's got them beat.
They have an entire storyline for me going on Reddit. It's whatever, man. Sometimes I'll go in there and I'll be like, "Hey, I'm still here," and then they come and attack, and then I leave, and then I go back and read all the hate. But the bottom line is we're still growing. I mean, I think today we hit 32,500 or something.
Nice.
I mean, wow. I wake up and we're bigger, and I'm like, "Oh, we still suck so bad," but
yeah,
we're almost there. Almost 32,500. No llores. Stop crying. They're gonna cry. Let them cry.
Exactly, and who would I be if I gave in? Like I would lose all integrity. Like there's no reason I would ever do that. And I'm like, didn't we learn anything in the past 4 years that coercion is not the way to go? And as soon as they start trying to force you to do something, it's not the right thing. So
yeah, absolutely. So let me go to you, Shane. Shane, you guys are old friends of mine. Shane, you've been my friend for a long time. So what do you got going on? I know you just got a baby. I see the pictures all the time.
Yep. Yeah, so I've been on a little hiatus since about early November. I promised the wife to take some time off to focus on family. But beforehand, we were interviewing my co-host Todd Metz and I. We were interviewing Dogman eyewitnesses, authors, the whole Dogman phenomenon. We were just interviewing people, and then we were kind of doing boots on the ground. So starting next month, we're going to get back into it, and then do a little bit, and then I'm going to have to go on a short hiatus again because I'm switching career fields. So, but yeah, I'm looking into the Watts Valley wolf ape starting next month. We're going to do some field investigations. A couple buddies out here in California are going to drive up, meet up with me, and see if this thing is really a wolf ape or if it's a cryptid or just the picture that's online that you see. It looks more like a bobcat circled in red. So it's kind of hard to see, but it frequents the cemetery. So I'm thinking it's possible Dogman, but I want to just go see what exactly this thing is. So Josh Nanocchio talked about it, covering the Yosemite Mountains and covering all the California encounters. But I thought that was kind of a funny thing was wolf apes it just didn't sound, just like Dogman. The name itself is just laughable. So, but then it's like you start looking in more and more into it. I've been researching it a lot. But Josh had said that Ansel Adams, if anyone's familiar with him, famous photographer, had a run-in with these things, a pack of them. So that's right there got me curious. I'm like, hey, this is my backyard. I mean, out here in California, we've got Bigfoot, we've got the night crawlers, the sightings. Fresno itself is just a high strangeness area. So that's literally 2 hours from me. I'm like, hey, why not go start there?
Well, where about do you live in California? Because I can give
I'm 2 hours north of LA. I'm in really the only county that's still somewhat normal out here in California.
That's a hard one to find.
I'm not going to get political or anything, but I'm just saying our sheriff is the only one of 2 counties in this whole state that still signs off on CCWs. So luckily there, we haven't turned purple yet.
Well, I can tell you this. The Napa Valley has, if you look into the Napa Valley, the rebobs. I don't know if you guys have heard of those.
No.
Yes,
everybody who's listening here, if you haven't heard of the rebobs, it's a very old story. And we did a show, one of our 1 hour podcast episodes called Devil Monkeys. Now, there are 4 places in the country that you get the stories of the devil monkeys. One of them, I believe, is right here in Texas, in Mason County, and then there's some surrounding counties. I've heard them in Gillespie County too, in Crockett County, different places scattered around Texas, near Comanche. I've gotten reports. In fact, I believe I got it right here in front of me. Let's see, right here. Near Schneider, Texas, Comanche, Texas, Mason. Yeah, that's pretty much, so, and then there's another place where you get stories of these devil monkey creatures. And one of them is right outside of Las Vegas. That's another area that we've been told. And then the Napa Valley of California. The difference with the Napa Valley, California, though, is people claim that they can fly. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that we got the Wizard of Oz going on right there in Napa Valley, because that would sound ludicrous, right? But
yes,
we've covered some really weird stuff. Now, I personally, I don't think I've gotten stories of them flying, but what I have gotten is something that looks like akin to an apish, baboonish-like creature mixed with a wolf. So when you posted that article, I thought, man, that's when I reached out to you, Shane, and I said, hey, what do you know about this? I don't know if you remember, I talked to you just
exactly.
Yeah, and so I thought about it, and I said, man, there has got to be something to this. This is weird, because you continue to get reports in California of what these things may or may not be. I don't know, but I know that when where there's smoke, there's fire. Another place that I've gotten reports of them is in the LBL. Of course, the LBL is an area
Everything
of
in the
LBL. Everything is in the LBL. It's like an amusement park. I was talking to Ken the other day about that.
Yeah.
What was that, Rye?
I said you said it's an amusement park for cryptids and high strangeness, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, because I was talking to Ken the other day. We went to go eat dinner, and Ken Gerard, good friend of mine, and we were down in San Antonio, and he was talking about it's like an amusement park of the weird, you know, like he's like, I would go out there. He goes, but I don't think I'll find what I'm looking for. I think I'll end up finding something else. I said, probably. So I'm planning a trip in April, but then I got to try to do a documentary with Eric Palacios because I'm being syndicated for television, which is going to be a cool thing. But it's going to put me in a different direction where I got to take some more time to deal with that situation. And then the conference coming up in November, and then I got all this stuff going on. I got my books I'm trying to get out before then.
Busy
Vampires.
schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah, very busy schedule. And to top it off, not to get too far off, but I was doing a project with Nick Redfern when his dad got real ill, and so Nick, you know, he's such a nice guy. Like I said before, he didn't make a big deal. He just like, hey, you know, I got to leave for England, and I may not come back. And I'm like, you're not coming back. And then he said, well, just shelve the project for now. And he goes, and if you want to, just take the information of what we've put together. Let me put a black hat on that matches my shirt here. But he said, if you want to put the thing on the shelf, and then you can pay me for my part, you know, in 6 months, whatever. And I'm like, dude, I'm not going to wait 6 months to pay you for your part of the work. So I basically bought him out on it, and that's just going to sit on the shelf until at some point, and maybe I can go back to it. And then I was doing an MK Ultra project, and unfortunately, sometimes when things happen, you can't get witnesses to come forward. And so that is a very touchy subject, and it's a very hard thing to write about. And so I am in the process of possibly giving that to someone else that they want to do it. They can do whatever they want. They can take the research that was done by myself and Nick, and they can do whatever they want with it. Also, the UFO thing, it was a UFO alien abduction chupacabra type project. So I didn't waste. I'm not gonna say I wasted because I don't believe I wasted time on it, but I spent a lot of time on it, and then I'm not going to be able to do it because I don't have the people to finish it, you know. So I've just redirected, and I decided to start writing a book about vampires and taking the accounts that we got, you know. In fact, my friend Lyle Blackburn, I just was looking at his channel a couple days ago, and I was like, holy crap, he's got a show on there about vampires. He had said something about going and checking it out in passing, but he's like me, he's a very busy guy. And so I looked at it and I said, okay, I'll check it out. And it felt like it was just the other day. It was like back in December or something that he told me it was coming up or something. And then I looked and here it is already March. And I'm like, okay, let me check this out. And then I was actually listening to, I couldn't sleep today. So I got to listen to some podcasts, which is rare. I get to listen to YouTube or podcasts, but I was watching Tony Merkel, who's another friend of mine, his show where he's got a guy talking about this death cult from Joshua Tree.
That one is off the hook. That one is so intense. Yeah.
The only problem with it, I'm not knocking the guest or whatever, but the hard thing about having guests on there is when they talk, you know, there's like a lot of, you got to get through all the, you know, and they're not storytellers. Obviously, they're just people who have had experiences. So you have to kind of be patient, you know. But it's like I have to do that all the time with people who give me stories, and it's like I don't want to have to do it while I'm listening to a show too. It's no knock on Tony or anybody else that has to get people's stories, but you're kind of like going, man, I wish I could just get the story, retell it, because it would be so much easier. But when you listen to the people's emotions and stuff, that's why a lot of times I like to have guests, you know, and let them retell it, because if the guest is good, you know, and sometimes they're not good at retelling story. Not everybody is, but they can relay that emotion, you know. So I only got through the first hour, but it's very promising to what this guy's going to talk about. Joshua Tree, how far is that from you, Shane?
It's about 2.5 to 3 hours south of me. It's out in the desert, but it's an area of high strangeness, Bigfoot activity out there, which you would think that you wouldn't have Bigfoot activity out in the desert, but the Sierra Mountain Range is right there, so they use that as a highway. So yeah, I mean, there's been dogman encounters out in there too, so like I say, there's certain parts in California that are just areas of high strangeness.
Yeah, and when you look at like a map and you were to go like say, because there are stories that come out of the Antelope Valley area, all the way down to LA, and then kind of cutting across down into San Diego, down into Mexico. I mean, that whole area seems to be like a dogman highway. You don't get a lot of reports in LA or whatever, but you do get reports of vampires. Something that I've noticed, like that there's people who have given me stories out of Riverside.
Interesting.
I mean, you know, even like Hollywood area, like you get stories of people claiming that they see weird things. You know, different parts of the country tend to be where you get these reports. El Paso is another place I've gotten weird vampire stories, and of course New Orleans. And then you got
That's what I was going to ask
reports.
you, Josh.
Do what?
Yeah, no, I was going to ask you, wouldn't the vampires be more centralized in New Orleans? That's what I would think of, where you would see it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you get reports of them being in these cities, but people see them just as often in rural areas. And the vampires that you get the rural reports from, I call them vampires, but I don't know. They're flying humanoids with weird looking bodies and weird looking heads, and they tend to have big fangs and they drink blood. So what would you call them? I mean, you know, I had somebody reach out to me and say, "Stop calling flying humanoids vampires," you know, and I'm like, "Stop calling baseball caps hats." You know, who cares? You know, what is the stupidest argument? They want to argue with me, and somebody was arguing me today on Facebook, which is another place where you go to find really intelligent people to argue with.
Yeah, of course.
And I found myself sitting on the toilet arguing with someone, and I'm like, wow, I've been here for an hour arguing with this. Why am I wasting my life like this? What is going on with myself that I'm going to do this? And so it's not worth my time. And so I'm just like, you know what? You win, dude. You win. You were completely right. Dogman is different than werewolves, and werewolves are different than skinwalkers and whatever. I mean, who gives a crap? I don't really care.
He won the internet today.
Yeah, he won. And there was like 5 or 6 people arguing with the guy, and I'm like, why am I doing this? And then I'm just because I'm over there trying to talk sense, which was not in the cards. Justin NPC says, I wonder if all the devil monkeys have tails. The ones that I've gotten reports of, the reason that I do classify them as monkeys is not only because they look apish, whatever, I would call them devil apes, but they do tend to have tails. And so, yeah,
are they
weird?
Are they similar to the rock apes that were reported in Vietnam?
In Vietnam?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I've gotten stories of that. You know, Tony, my godson, being of Vietnamese descent.
Yeah.
I've talked to different people about the rock apes, and including someone that was in Vietnam with my late uncle Frank. He got me in touch with years ago, and he gave me stories of an encounter with a rock ape. Those are just a I would say troglodyte looking creature with almost like a throwback Neanderthal appearance.
Yeah.
You know, but then again, there could be 2 different things going on, because I've talked to a couple of GIs from back in the day. One of them was my friend's dad, my friend Dennis's dad. And he claimed to have seen one of these things. They were throwing rocks, you know, at them, you know, while they were on patrol. And when they opened fire at them, they dispersed. But one of them in particular, who was wounded, they didn't have time, because they were in the middle of what was about to be a very large battle, and it was the prelude to it, and that gave away their position. And so these rock apes, they were looked at, I believe, by the government, and some people claim even the CIA, because they were attacking our soldiers, and they wanted to know if this was some type of weapon that had been formed by either the Chinese or the Soviets to assist the Vietnamese, North Vietnamese, and the Viet Cong, 2 different things on the same team, that they were possibly a weapon that had been hybridized or created. And I guess the determination was no. They considered them to be a naturally occurring beast that just happened to live in that area of Vietnam, also found in the jungles of Laos and Cambodia.
Wow.
And so they are a little bit different now, not to be confused with the orang pendek, which typically is found in Indonesia. Now, some genius there again started arguing with me. He's like, I'm the curator of the museum of some bull crap. And of course, I memorized where he was worked at because I really cared. I think he said he was from Denver or something. And I was like, who are you again? And he says, I'll have you know that this is, whatever. But yet he didn't know geography, because if he did, he would know that Indonesia is not actually connected because it's a water.
Yeah.
I said, what are you talking about? You're so smart. Do you not know a map? But yet you're working at a museum about this, And he's like, I worked for paleontologists, blah, 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 blah. And then this guy, he started off, what he was bitching about was that I had done a story on, the guy's name is Giamora or Mara. How do you pronounce it? Yamamoto. He was a guy that donated the armor to the Museum of Osaka, and then ended up going to Kyoto. It is considered to be a haunted armor, and people have had encounters with his ghost. That's what the story is. We talked about it on the Strange Demons of Japan, and this guy said, you're fear-mongering and trying to make people not go to museums. And I said, no, people don't go to museums because boring-ass people like you, that's why they don't go to museums. And I told him, I said, museums are great, but some people it's fun, but it may not be your cup of tea. For me, I like to go to museums, but if somebody's going to bore me to death, which that guy seemed like a real, barrel of monkeys, no pun intended. So he started arguing with me about everything. He says, well, you made a comment in one of the groups. He's in some group that I'm in, and I'm in a lot of groups. He says, you made a comment in one of the Bigfoot groups that the orang pendek is not found in Vietnam and this and that, and blah, blah, blah. And I said, yeah, because it's in Indonesia. Yeah. So the argument started, get this, guys. He said, it used to be called Indonesia. And I'm like, no, dumbass, it used to be called Indochina. You're wrong. Okay. And then we started arguing, and I was like, geez, this guy works at a museum, but hey, man, whatever. I guess they're shorthanded. They'll hire any dumbass to go and act smart. But he was like, oh, well, you're a real genius. And I was like, well, actually I am. That's probably why I know more than you. And he got really, really mad. And he's like, you want to take an IQ test? And I was like, I have. And what's your IQ? When I told him mine, he said I was lying. So I thought about that too. I thought about doing one on the show, doing an actual go to a place that will test me so that I can prove my point about that too. And I've said this before, that my IQ is 160. People want to argue about that. And they said, no, it's not. You can't lift that much weight. You can't do this. You're not that smart, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Well, people don't understand what IQ is. What it is the ability to learn. It's the capacity you have to learn. And apparently mine is high. I'm sure yours are high too. I've talked to both of you. You seem to be very intelligent gentlemen. Most of the people I associate with in this field are smart. It seems to be kind of like a divide between the dumbasses who tend to be grifters, frauds, and hoaxers and liars, and then the smart people who are trying to do real work. And the people who are really smart do it correct and do it right. And so their channels tend to be smaller than these fakers, because the fakers, the liars, hoaxers, frauds are running amok in this community. And like you just saw, there was just a war that hopefully is over. And I know there's nothing happening now, and just it's all quiet on the Western Front for now. But I'm willing to throw down with people when they want to be bullies, they want to commit hoaxing, they want to fraud, they want to lie, and they want to attack. Very simple. Go to Social Blade. And actually, one of them was dumb enough to go Social Blade, and everybody was like, ugh, your algorithms are all messed up. Way to go for outing yourself. That was awesome that he was stupid enough to let everybody know. But yeah, there's all kinds of tools that we have now that can tell us, what's what. Yeah. And this thing with the devil monkeys, the reason, and people attacked me when I did the show about it. And believe it or not, they said that the name was ridiculous. And I said, I didn't come up with that name. I didn't go, you know what? I'm going to do a show and call it Flying Monkeys or Devil Monkeys or Monkeys from My Butt. It's just what they're called. And I will be honest, and I've said this before, I'll say it again in front of you gentlemen. I had an encounter from some young people out in the LBL, but I discounted it because I had never heard of something like that. Other than what had happened in Mason, Texas, and I didn't compare them side by side. I didn't do good investigative journalism like I should have. and I would have noticed the similarities, and I dismissed it, and I didn't call the person crazy or say anything. I just dismissed, deleted the email, got rid of it, and didn't, whatever. So speaking of Lyle Blackburn, he's a good friend of mine, and he gave me a little pep talk about that. He says, look, when you get a story, no matter how unbelievable or how weird or how wacky, he's like, put it in a one-off, if nothing else, because you can always go back to it. And I know that about pulling threads. Threads are very important because they'll tell you where you're at and what you need to be doing. And so I was like, man, oh man, I made the mistake of that. And so I've appealed on the show several times, whoever that may have been. I guess they don't watch the show. Maybe moved on or whatever. But that story, I wish I could have that back, a do-over, because that story had a lot of good intrigue in it about what had happened. These creatures, from what I remember, had attacked a group of partiers. They were out there drinking and, doing whatever they do. And these beings, these devil monkeys, came up out of what looked like a small hole in the ground, but like it was like a cave. You could see kind of like it had been growed over, but they crawled up out of this hole and began to chase the party goers around, which there were several. And they piled into a couple different vehicles and got away. And these things threw rocks, they screeched and howled. And for all intents and purposes, they looked like a werewolf mixed with some type of ape. And that was the word that I got. And I thought, this sounds so ridiculous. Plus, they had admitted that they'd been drinking and imbibing of the devil's lettuce, which we all know is a horrible, horrible thing, because, you might just get the munchies and lay around. So, I just thought, what, this is not good. That I don't know what this is. This is a bunch of crazy stuff. And so I was chastised about it by my former co-host who passed away, a couple of years ago, Armando. And he was like, we shouldn't throw stories out like that. And I was like, duly noted. And of course, I was given the same advice by Lyle. And then later on, Barton chastised me. He's like, damn, bro, I could have gone out there and then checked it out. I said, Barton, we weren't even talking at that time. And I said, you live and learn, right? You live and learn. And I'm just giving everybody the heads up. You guys are up and coming podcasters, YouTubers, don't do that. Don't make that mistake of what I did.
I will say from you. Yeah, go ahead, Ryan. Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, I've thrown out a couple stories already. It's a couple of emails. I'm like, some of the stuff is way too, I don't know. The one girl was claiming to be a werewolf, and but it was so unbelievable.
That's a hard one to follow on that one. But
yes. And I was like, I don't think so, but I don't know. Maybe I threw away like the 1 in a million or 1 in a billion kind of story. But
it's kind of like baseball cards. I used to collect them and still do. If they're I collect the what do you call them? The higher end. Like, I might have one here to show you. I don't know. Let me see what I got.
It's so I haven't collected cards for so long. For me, it was like hockey cards. It was Upper Deck and OPG and Tops.
Yeah, everybody had them back in the day. And Nia, thank you for that donation. What's crazy is that I collect mostly like vintage, but check this one out. This one, if you can see it.
Oh, wow.
It's the Commission. It's the Mafia.
Oh, wow.
Graded card. Yeah, that's a pretty cool one. It's like a Americana card. But I got all kinds of cards. But when you get the new, I hate that this trend that people do, that when the new football season comes out, they'll go out and get the cards, and then you get all these rookies. Half of them don't pan out. They're out of the league in 6 months to a year, and it's over. And you have these useless cards, but you don't want to throw them out because you don't know what might happen. Look at Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy was like, I was fortunate. Like, I was at Target. Listen to this, Shane. I was at Target. And I go in there, and my wife, we're in line, and my wife's getting her. Women love Target. They love that store. It's like Target's, whatever. And then there's some things that they did that me and my wife decided, I don't know if we're going to be shopping there. But
fair enough.
But we went into Target, and we had to get some stuff that, because I hate going into Walmart because you don't know what kind of cryptid is going to be lurking in that place. So you go into Target, and I said, I'm going to buy a box of cards. I bought a couple boxes just off the cuff, and this was like 2-3 years ago. So I had one sitting on this is my study. This is my office. at my house. I have a study and an office at a business park. I've been there for 2.5 years, or no, 3 years now. But I had it sitting there on my desk, and I said, you know what, I'm going to take this with me, and I'm going to open it at the office when I'm not doing anything. And so I took it and I just left it there. And then the other day I was going through it, and so I opened it up, and there was Brock Purdy's rookie card. And I was like, oh, wow. It's a jersey rookie card. And I thought, how fortunate is that? Like, I just got, something. I just pulled it right out of the box. I did that with a Patrick Mahomes, too. I had a box from 2017, and the box was literally worth over $2,000. And I don't collect it now as much as I used to. I stopped about 2019, around the time the show started, because I didn't have time for a hobby.
Yeah.
And I was coaching boxing and doing these other things. And so I had a few different, cards and stuff that I left around. Most of them I have in storage, but I opened it up and I looked and I said, holy crap, man, there's a Patrick Mahomes autograph right there. That thing's worth about $500. So you can get lucky just opening a box of cards, but the box itself, if I would have sold it as is, the box was worth about $2,000. What I pulled out of it, though, came out to about $2,200. So, and I think it'll go up.
Break even almost, but make a little.
Yeah. I mean, if you broke it up, so it's kind of like collecting cards. I look at it as an analogy to the stories. You don't know what kind of gem you have or what kind of thread that could connect to something. Now, I'll say this. Chances are she's not a werewolf.
Yeah.
And everybody will laugh about it, including me. But I don't doubt that these things could exist. And I am one of the people that's been saying that. And I'm going on a limb saying maybe that this thing could be I
actually agree with you. I do believe that there is a lycanthrope, lycanthropes out there. I really do, but I don't believe she was one. I think she was. Yeah. I think she was a little you do a little background checking. We'll just say I do a little bit of background checking before I go too far. And I'm like, okay, this person is not completely right. So, I'm just going to leave that one. I just said I'm really busy. I don't have time. Maybe I'll talk to you in the future.
When it comes to the whole werewolf thing, my deal is that I think you're safe in throwing that story out, just because if you were a werewolf, why would you go around telling people?
Exactly.
If I were a werewolf, you know what I would do? I would just hide in plain sight and maybe do a podcast about werewolves. That's a joke. All right, that's a joke. I don't need some werewolf hunter coming for me, and they exist. Werewolf hunters really do exist. Kirk Reed did a story on that. It's really weird. These people that they claim that they're vampire hunters, they claim they're werewolf hunters. I can kind of think they're just dangerous people in our society. But hey, you got homeless cannibals possibly too. So you never know. I was going to say, going back to you, Shane, and what you were talking about with the devil monkey, which I call it devil monkey, but you're talking about this wolf ape.
Yes.
What do you think about that? What do you believe?
I honestly think it could be possibly a new cryptid in itself. To me, it seems more like it's a dogman. I honestly think it is the dogman, just because, I mean, if you look at dogmen are seen around burial sites, native burial sites, cemeteries. This thing frequents it, the Watts Valley Cemetery. It's in a rural area just west, I believe, of Fresno. And it's really intriguing to me. So I'm like, well, I've gone out looking for Sasquatch. I've gone out looking for dogmen. But it's just, this one just blew my mind. I saw it posted, never even heard of the cryptid. So I said, as soon as I get back from this little hiatus, I'm going to go out there and check it out and see if I can find any type of circumstantial evidence, whether it's a footprint. And I listen to Josh Nonocchio's episode that when he covers this thing religiously, just trying to write down notes. I mean, one of the weirdest stories was that it was seen by a couple of guys that were out shooting, and it was chasing after them. It makes these weird grunts, these weird sounds. But after they were running back to their vehicle, I think Josh even covers it. One of them had dropped some of their cinnamon gum, and the thing stopped, and that's how they were able to get away. I mean, like I say, breaking it down, I'd have to tell you, I really couldn't break it down without butchering it. But if you go check out Josh Nonocchio's channel and look at the Yosemite national parks, he covers it at like the 24-minute mark, and he goes on the Watts Valley wolf ape, and he goes on a whole brief on it, from Ansel Adams to where this creature supposedly attacked a schoolhouse, one-room schoolhouse, and ate all the kids' lunch. That, to me, it just cracked me up. The teacher boarded himself into the closet. Kids were hiding up in the rafters and stuff. It just sounds like it's something not true, but like you said earlier, we have to look into this stuff, whether the names you get laughed at, Devil Monkey, Bigfoot, Dogman, Mothman. These names are just something to laugh at, but we really don't know unless we really investigate it and really put boots on the ground and check it out,
Yeah, and the thing is, and like I've said this before, like you could do boots on the ground all day, and we can't tell what the difference between a skinwalker, a werewolf, or a dog man. We don't know. I mean, we just don't know. I was talking to a guy earlier about skinwalkers, and he was messaging me or whatever. He claims where he's at that there are no dog men. But there are skinwalkers, and I'm like, how do we know the difference? How do you know which one is which?
Because he's an expert.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of started off contentious. I think he thought I was being snarky, which I wasn't. I was just pointing out that in the state that he lives in, there are reports of these things. In fact, there's reports in every state, not just the 48, connected states, but even in Hawaii, there's these weird reports we got, and of course in Alaska. But the average kid nowadays thinks that Alaska is tropical and Hawaii is like a frozen wasteland. Yeah, I saw that on a video. A teacher was so mad. She was like, I'm done. I am absolutely done. And apparently Hawaii has a fence around it, which we didn't know that happened. I don't know when they did that, but they decided to wall it off.
There are too many mermaids trying to cross the border.
Yeah, it's a border state. They were like, oh, isn't there a wall there now? And I'm like, oh my gosh.
It's the merman. The merman.
Maybe it's Merman from He-Man. He's trying
to exactly.
Yeah, it's really bad. It's really bad when you stop and you look. Now, here's something I'm going to say. Somebody messaged me one day and they said, I've seen your post about football, and this is ridiculous. They said, I seen your post about football. To me, you're just a beer swilling, chicken wing eating, armchair wannabe, whatever, and you waste too much time on sports. Now, Shane is a 49er fan. I'm a Cowboys fan.
Yeah.
We got a very friendly rivalry, and I don't really care. And I'm like, once my team is done, I don't give a crap what happens to the rest of it. But I'm like, dude, I like boxing. I like football. I like baseball, but it's not my life.
Exactly.
It's very aggravating. I know a lot about different subjects, but I'll talk to somebody about something and they start getting into it and they're a savant about that subject. And I'm like, that's great. Okay, I get it. I'm a generalist. I know a lot about different stuff, but I can't waste a lot of time on just one subject. People think because I know a lot about football and college and pro, or I know a lot about baseball, same thing, that is my life. What they don't understand is, that somebody who, like me, has the capacity, like we said, IQ is capacity to learn. So you have a large capacity, a large storage capacity to learn about a lot of subjects. Like today, Nagano got knocked out by Anthony Joshua. I predicted that. And everybody was in shock. And they said, well, Nagano took Tyson to. I said, dude, Tyson, I promise you, boxing is a business. We should all know this. And Tyson, I'm pretty sure, was told to let him, he's not a threat. And it turns out that the guy's a pretty hard puncher, and he knocked Tyson Fury down. But we saw him get knocked down by Deontay Wilder. Now the internet's all lit up, and they're like, oh, Anthony Joshua's the man. He's so tough. Tyson Fury was dodging him. They were saying this on there, and I said, folks, he was supposed to fight Joshua 2 years ago. Anybody remembers? Very quickly. And then what happened was Usyk knocked Joshua, just destroyed him. So why would he fight him? And then there was a clause before he was going to fight Joshua, which it was all getting set up. They were in negotiations for Tyson to fight Anthony Joshua, and then two things happened. Deontay Wilder says, "No, I have a 3-fight deal with you," which magically they managed to make that something that everybody wanted to see, because the first fight somehow ended up a draw, which really wasn't. Tyson Fury beat him. and he beat him the second time. So the third time, Tyson Fury went in there and destroyed Wilder, which was a pretty amazing feat considering how tough Wilder was. I mean, on how many people he had beaten and knocked him out. He's got a right hand, both hands, just lethal, you know. But then Usyk destroyed Joshua. So obvious matchup was between Tyson Fury and Usyk. Now Usyk had gotten hurt and said, look, I need time to heal up for this and that. And so in training, whatever, people don't pay attention to that. They grabbed headlines and they ran with it that somehow Ngannou, even though he lost to Fury, that he was the man because he knocked Fury down. And I predicted it. I said Anthony Joshua is going to beat that guy up. And I'll tell you why. Because Ngannou is an MMA fighter. Now, if he took any of those guys to the ring, to the mats, as we call it in MMA, he's got them. He's going to destroy them. He's a decent grappler. He likes to throw a lot of low leg kicks. He's a good fighter, and he's got a lot of punching power. And so, but when you take all that away and you said you can only fight from the waist up and you got to use these, you're in another dimension. You take away an MMA fighter's base skills, you know, of throwing kicks and keeping you off balance and the danger of shooting your legs out from under you and all that. No choking. All it is boxing. That's a different arena. And it's much easier for a boxer to move into the MMA world and learn those other skills than for an MMA fighter to have those skills and have to condition himself to not use them. You're constantly having to use a part of your brain to tell you, and we talked about this on Tuesday at the town hall with Matt Inch, Rye, about using. No, I'm sorry, it wasn't that. It was on Blondes and Booze last night with Brian Bowden.
Okay, I was like, I don't recall this, but
no,
maybe I missed it. Yeah.
We were talking about how much of your brain you use. Well, there's a myth that we only use a certain percentage of your brain. That's not true.
Yeah,
we do use most of our brain. The thing is, we only can use certain parts of it at once. You don't see all of the brain lit up in those tests. You know, that there's all these tests. They did one recently. I was Mental Floss, a magazine, and I was reading an article, and they were talking about how much of the brain we use, whatever. Well, one of the things that we've learned that is we do use most of our brain. It's just not at one time. And what I mean by that is try doing something, multitasking, and see if you can actually do two things at once. You will do one correctly if you focus enough on it, or you'll do the other one very poorly, or you will do both of them half-ass. That's how it is because your brain has to focus. That's just how it works. There's people out there that will swear up and down that they can multitask, and God bless them. If they can, they can. But typically you have to commit a lot of time and energy to one thing or the other. And so trying to scale back what you've already learned is a lot harder than to incorporate what you've newly learned. So MMA fighters have a harder time going into the boxing arena, and people are like, well, they already have those skills. Why are they not able to just go in there and beat up the boxers? Because they can box, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's not that simple. A boxer going into the MMA world, and this is a big if, they put the time and energy into learning kicks, into learning how to take down and choke and all that, they will be more successful. And people said, well, it hasn't panned out that way. And I'm like, yeah, because they're not putting the effort into those other skills, because there's still too much money to be made in the boxing world, because boxing is still heavily promoted. When MMA was first coming up, it was a rival to boxing, and they tried everything they could to destroy it, to get rid of it, because it was going to take money away from the boxing community. And it did. But it wasn't enough to make boxing go away. People still love to see two guys just punch it out. Because MMA didn't do itself any favors by being based in grappling. In particular, Roman Greco wrestling, first jiu-jitsu, Brazilians based on Japanese jiu-jitsu, and then Roman Greco wrestling took over with Matt Hughes and guys like that. And they defeated the old guard of jiu-jitsu. And then Japanese shoot fighting came along, and you had pride fighting and whatever. So you have all these different styles that were being incorporated, but a lot of it was based on grappling, which people pointed out, rightfully so, that doesn't happen in street fights. You're not rolling around the concrete with a guy in a hug match. You're punching each other. Guy falls down, you start kicking, right?
Yeah.
And so people wanted to see something more akin to a brawl, a street fight inside of a cage, human cockfighting, if you will. And that was the big knock on it. But the thing is, you got that with boxing. You got two guys just pounding each other, beating each other up. So that being said, it has everything to do with, how much of the brain you can use. And of course, if you get hit in the head enough, you're not going to use any of it. But
yeah,
I digress. That's, that was my point, that people were talking out of their ass about that fight today. It was impressive to see Joshua do that, but it didn't surprise me. I still don't think that if Tyson is 100% tip-top shape, or Usyk, either one, or even Wilder, that Joshua would be able to do the same to them. I just don't. Because I think Joshua is good at punching, but I don't think he can take the punch. That's the knock on him. Some people will say glass jaw. I'm not going to go that far. That's insulting. The guy's a beast. But yeah, I think those other guys are heavy punchers. They'll hurt him. And so he's big, strong, and if he hits you, he's going to hurt you. And that's what happened in Nagano. He learned that he's not ready for prime time. I'm sorry. But I predicted that one, but there's all these different aspects to our lives that we are involved in. And people will say, well, that's what you do. You waste your time thinking and doing and all these other things or whatever. But I always tell people this: what happened to multitasking? Everybody likes to talk about it like it's a thing. Yeah. Why can't you be into multiple things at once? I mean, Shane's a football fan, and so am I. I see him rooting for that wretched team from Santa Clara or whatever, I mean, but at least they're not in San Fran, because San Fran is a disgusting city. I'm sorry, it's a disgusting city.
It is. I don't know if you've ever been there, Rye or Josh, but
I've been there.
It's got like every city, it has its pretty moments or little pretty museums and stuff, but it's like LA. It's definitely a world of its own.
Yeah. Yeah, I would not put money. Somebody said the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson fight. Tyson's old, obviously, and he's not in his prime. He's like, what, 58? Mm-hmm. He's like 10 years older than me or something. And
did you see him sparring though yesterday?
Oh, he's still. Goodness. I think he's doing better mentally now as a fighter. When he fought Roy Jones Jr., who somebody I know actually met Roy Jones, but I've never met Tyson. But I think he did a great job fighting him. But I think that if he goes in there and he's determined, he could do something. He could hurt somebody. Tyson's still lethal. The last thing to go is your punch. Mm-hmm. So George Foreman proved that when he was like, in his 40s and he was beating people up. I mean, Tyson is a beast. And if Jake Paul doesn't go in there with everything he's got and defend himself, which I think is his biggest issue, I think that he could get knocked out. I, for one, would love to see it because I'm sick of looking at this.
I would love for that to happen.
I think it's three of us and a lot of people in the chat.
Yeah. Please do the world a favor and stop this guy. Come on.
Josh, I'm going to have to check out here. I got to be up really early tomorrow. I got an important date at the beach tomorrow morning. So
okay,
with the family. So it's we're doing a family vacay tomorrow morning. So I got to head out. But thank you so much for having me on. And I just want to say, have a great evening.
Plug your show real quick before you go.
Okay, yeah. So anybody want to check out my show? It's Codega's Codex of Curiosities. I interview people with all different kinds of experiences. UFOs, Dogman, Sasquatch, and apparently the Sasquatch one really ticked some people off today. So, which kind of makes me feel good because that means that I got some haters, and that means that I'm making it then, or I'm doing something good then. I'm doing something right.
Well, like we said before, there's all these people with these imaginary haters. They're like, I got all these haters. I'm like, no, you don't. Ain't nobody even know who you are. But I mean, if you get the haters, then there's people out there that watch your every move and they're jealous.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
exactly. And I'm not towing this guy's line, and I'm never, I'm not giving up my integrity for some Yahoo who thinks he's the king. And
yeah, for sure. All right, Ryan. Well, it's good having you on, man. And be sure to keep your eyes open for any merc creatures out there.
I will. Yeah, nice meeting you too. You guys all take care. All right.
Yeah,
take care, brother.
All right, brother. So Shane, I got a person here in the chat that says the definitions are different between a werewolf or a dog man. Only they often appear looking the same in basics. I tend to think a person changing is harder to believe rather than something that always is. Okay. I'm going to give my opinion, then I want to get your opinion. My opinion
Okay.
of Glade creatures, I'll say this. I don't believe that shape-shifting is a strange, weird thing that cannot happen. I do not believe that. There is too much that I've heard and too much that I've read, encounters that I've been given, and I really believe that this world that we're living in is a sort of matrix where that this is a possibility and that we are not seeing the whole picture. We're not seeing what is possible. We're not seeing the possibilities. The fact that there would be a creature running around that looks like that all the time, obviously that would be the more plausible whatever. But there again, if these things are that way all the time, wouldn't more of them be attacking people? I mean, and I don't think that they're peaceful either. I do believe that they could come from within the earth. I think there's a lot to be said about the inner earth. There's a lot of whatever. But I totally 100%, I'm going to say this on the show. And I don't know if I've ever actually come out and said this, but I 100% believe in werewolves. I do. Didn't maybe just 5 years, I'd say even 3 years ago, I probably didn't. If you would have asked me, I don't think I could have said yes, but I do now. So Shane, what are your thoughts on that?
I agree with you 100% on your viewpoint on the werewolves actually existing. People say, "Oh, you can't physically transform into something." Yes, no, the human body can't do that. But there's a supernatural element to this, and it's been seen all around the world. We've got, the werewolf in Russia, over in Belgium. I've been researching, being half Hawaiian. My grandma's told me a story about the Hawaiian werewolf, and I was looking. I'm like, there's no way that there's werewolves in Hawaii, but no, it's actually called the Kaupe. It's in the folklore. I just think if people want to believe that natives like the skinwalkers can shape shift into that, or the Rougarou, why can't there be? The werewolf is similar to all of this. There's got to be a connection to it, and I do believe if you're cursed, I do believe in dark magic and black magic and all that, that if you are cursed and you can shapeshift into these things on a full moon, you might not be looking like a dogman. People say that there's two different similarities, that the dogmen tend to have more of the German Shepherd look. Werewolves have more of the ears on the side and have the humanoid leg structures, to where the dogmen have more of the digitigrade. So, I mean, if you want to break it down on physicality, on what they look like, they're really similar, but obviously one's a dogman in a canine appearance 24/7. The other one is either cursed or on a full moon does transform into a werewolf.
Yeah, when you break it down, I get this all the time. There are people. I got a story out of Puerto Rico not too long ago, and it was somebody who had given me a story about a chupacabra. And so I opened it up as an email, and then it was probably about not quite a month ago. And I opened it up, and I thought, "What is this? What do we have here?" And I was expecting to hear something about this little, because in Puerto Rico in particular, and of course now it's spread to the other islands because of the narcos. These creatures that look like these little reptilian type big red eyes. Some of them don't have big red eyes, but they have the spikes on their back, and they look like they have little legs. They hop around on two legs. They have short front appendages. That creature. And so when you get one out of Puerto Rico, and I did do some studying on the chupacabra subject. So did Ken and Nick, when we were going back and forth, and we looked at some different reports. I looked into some from Mexico where they had these pictures. They had painted effigies of them, and they looked like something that the Mayans called the Cocopelli. And amazingly, that they were already there in the mainland of Mexico. I thought that for sure the narcos had brought them over via Cuba, because they were landing in Cuba and then going from there to Miami to pick up the cocaine, and then they were bringing it up into the, and so they were taking these as pets and taking them back to the mainland. But if you look at the pictures of Cocopelli on these Mayan temples and Aztec temples, then you realize that they were already there. They've been there. And I don't know if they took these things, and if they were even indigenous to Puerto Rico, because there was a base, a government facility, where it was rumored by many, many people that they were being hybridized and messed with, and they were like a monkey mixed with a lizard that they had used.
Mhm.
But I got a guy who came forward and said, I worked on a project back in 1986. He worked on a project where they were using different animals to try to figure out what the chupacabra was, and that they
Mhm.
had specimens, and where they originally came from. The guy's name was Ramos. That's all I can tell you. But
Mhm.
he told us that they were from the Yucatan and that they came from in the earth, and that these creatures were taken to this government facility in Puerto Rico, and that they were told to figure out what it is. And genetically, it was a cross between two different species that were the ancestors of a capuchin monkey, and they were also a certain type of iguana, and that there was a third and even fourth DNA that they did not know of, that they could not identify, that it was not, did not live in this world.
Mhm.
So these things somewhere, maybe way down the line, were hybridized, possibly by what I told him this. He had no clue what I was talking about, but I said the Anunnaki, and he's like, "What is that?" And I told him, I said, "Look into it, because
Mhm.
that could be where the answer lies." Now, it's like, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Where did they come from? Now, I had to back it up, reel it in, because I thought, according to what I was talking with Nick Redford about, because he did go to Puerto Rico. Nick's a very good
Mhm.
friend of mine, and we've discussed many cases together, a lot of information exchanged back and forth. And he's said it, and I think he was on like the History Channel, one of those. He's on the TV all the time, along with Ken and all those guys. But they were talking about these creatures having come from Puerto Rico. Well,
Mhm.
the reason that they were in Puerto Rico, I believe, looking back on it now, was not because necessarily they were indigenous. Maybe they were brought there by the government. Maybe something in conjunction with the Mexican government and the American government, and they were taken to those facilities to be studied. And there is a jungle there. So it is a habitat that they could release them in to observe them. But of course, they get loose. And the American government's like, who cares? It's Puerto Rico, right? We don't care. Because that's how they are. They don't care. They don't care. They don't give a crap what happens there. They're like, it's an American protectorate. Who cares? And I'm serious. That's how they are. And
Mhm.
so they take them there, and then they do the research and the studies or whatever, and then they release them. They don't give a crap. And then on top of that, you get the hybrids that they copied them. You know, they take
Mhm.
the Pokemon and then the fake Pokemon that they use to make it look like the Pokemon, and then they say we don't need this, and then they let it go. So
Yep.
then you get this weird Pokemon thing running around in there, and then the narcos go, "Oh, this thing is crazy looking. Let's take this back to Mexico." And then you have two or three different kinds running around in Mexico, where
Exactly.
the Yucatan could have been where they originally came from.
Mhm.
So this guy who told me, he was like, and it's funny because he actually used to work at USC years ago, but he was telling me that he was like, I went into this program. I didn't go into this program to become a chimeric scientist. This is not what I wanted. And so I told him, I said, he needs to reach out to Barton. I told him that he'd be a good guest to talk to Barton about it, because he said that one of the places that he believes that they have appeared is in the LBL. Now, he said that when you get these reports of these, what we were talking about, devil monkeys, he says that is an actual type of chupacabra. Like, that's what he
Interesting.
said. Yeah. And that they were actually lab created, and the story of the rebobs. He says, I
Mhm.
don't know about them flying, but who knows? He said that those stories in the Napa Valley are just another hybridization program run amok. So the idea of a mad scientist creating them and turning them loose in the Napa Valley is very plausible.
Mhm.
And that's the thing. You got to be able to talk to people. Thank goodness I have a friend, and I call him El Nino. That's his name. Yeah, because he's a former boxer, whatever. And I talked him into quitting boxing. Believe it or not, I did.
Mhm.
And I told him, I said, "You're a very, very smart guy. You could be a scientist." And he was a former Marine, and he took my advice. And he did. And he went and became a molecular biologist. So that is something that I'm very proud of him for that. He started out as a, what do you call that? It's another type of biology. They study diseases, microorganisms, microbiologists. And lo and behold, a bunch of microbiologists were found dead. They killed over 30 of them. People don't know that. They were finding them, and so he says he switched it up into molecular biology. And I said, I don't know if there's a big difference, but whatever. At least you're not going to be targeted for whatever. But he told me, he says, look, when you start going down the rabbit hole, he's like, I've been offered to do stuff, all kinds of weird stuff, to work for different labs and places where they grow human cells and who knows what they're doing, cloning, mixing these clones, DNA with animals and creating also bringing things back to life.
Experimenting almost, huh?
Experimenting, yes. And so then you get these weird hybrids. I don't know. What do you think of that, Shane?
I think that's what it's a lot of things. That's what they're doing is they're creating things and then releasing it out into national parks. That's honestly what part of me thinks the wolf ape is a genetically modified something, that a lab experiment that went wrong. And maybe there was a pack or 3 or 4 of them that they released out there, because it doesn't seem like we get a whole lot of reports. The last one I think was in 1996 up in Bass Lake, California. It's right outside of Fresno, but that's where the wolf ape is. So it's like, is it a dogman and a Sasquatch hybrid, or is it a possible Gugway? I mean, who knows what these things are? But I do believe that there is a lot of genetically modified creatures that they do release out into our national parks.
On that there, what's weird is the Fresno crawler.
Yes.
Yeah, and this thing looks really weird. And it looks kind of like a creature that was on the show Herculoids when I was a kid.
Yes.
Go and look up, the Shmoo or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
So whenever you look at that thing, you're going like, when we were kids, we watched a show that looks like that, the Hanna-Barbera cartoon, whatever. Hanna-Barbera cartoon also had the Birdman and all this other weird stuff. I think that what we're dealing with could be like some of these areas now. Here's a weird thing. I looked into that about Fresno. In Fresno, you have these weird-looking crawlers, at least 2 different kinds. I've gotten stories of at least 2 different kinds. I got a story of a dogman or werewolf, whatever you want to call it, right out of Fresno. And then flying humanoids that have been seen, not in Fresno, but the area around there. I looked at a map on that. And then you have these devil monkeys, right? So why all of that at these places like there, Skinwalker Ranch, LBL? There's different places, smaller, condensed places, and then other places where it's kind of spread out, like you said, national parks. It would stand to reason one of 2 things is happening. The high strangeness could be coming from an ethereal source, something that's akin to like portals or some sort of, like, if they exist, portals exist, things coming in and out of our realm via other dimensions, portals, stargates, whatever you want to call it, vortexes, different things, all of them, but similar. Or they're underground creatures that are coming from a hole within the inner earth. Something like they say in Baalbek. They say that Baalbek is like in Lebanon, like that. That is a place of high strangeness, and it's this giant hole that was capped off, decades ago, because they were getting weird stuff that was coming out of there. That kind of right there, you know what I mean? Or it could be DUMBs, the underground facilities, we call them DUMBs, is an acronym for that. When you look at these underground facilities, could they be there somewhere near Fresno that we don't know about, and they're releasing them, or they're coming out of there? Or could it be a combination of the 3 or all of the above? Just
I definitely think it's all of the above for sure.
Yeah, all of the above. I mean, and they're building those facilities there, Shane, because they know that the energy is there for those things to happen, the energy. So it's easier to create a portal. And we know that if you people that practice black magic, we know that they exist. People do it. We know that. We know that people are evil in this community in particular. They do a lot of crazy stuff. And we know that it's a lot easier to use this sacred geometry that they use to manipulate when the energy is already there. So I do believe that there is something to this. And then you start to go down the rabbit hole and you're like, and I know that the word rabbit hole is getting used a lot, but you're just like, oh my gosh, Bigfoot, for example, there is a flesh and blood thing going on there, but there's something else going on there is why I wrote the book, The Bigfoot Phenomena, because you got all these reports of weirdness going on that surrounds the Bigfoot phenomena. Right. And so you and I, as researchers, people who have shows and do what we do, it's not like some weird shock or surprise when you come across something. Whereas the average person, they see these things and then they contact us and they say, holy crap, this is incredible. What happened? And not so much for us because you get the reports all the time. And I noticed the articles that you were laying down, man, interesting stuff on your page, your group or whatever. I was thinking, man, I'm really, really anxious to see you get back in the saddle and see what you come up with some of these investigations you got. What is the name of your group again? I know the name of it, but tell the people.
Yeah. So if anyone wants to join or check it out, you can find us out on YouTube and on Facebook. It's called the West Coast Dogman Project. Like I said, we don't judge anyone. We're open-minded. We'll listen to your encounter. Well, we're just trying to be solving the puzzle just like everyone else is. Just add a little bit to it to figure out what is this creature. I mean, I'm more of a dogman enthusiast, and I know I believe in Bigfoot and all the other stuff, but it's like the dogman's what really intrigues me. So that's what I'm really just trying to focus on right now and see, is this thing real? I mean, Josh, you've seen a dogman. I kind of want to see one with my own two eyes just to prove to myself that, hey, these things do exist. But also, it's for me to honestly think that these things don't exist. And I know that people laugh at it and, oh, these things, dogman don't exist. Well, look at all the reports. There's some, common factor that there's something people are seeing. So that's what gets me, my juices all, and go. And I'm like, man, I could talk dogman all day, but I just found out recently you talk about the bear man. And I was like, that got me a little interested. So I started doing a little bit more research real quick. I came across the bearilla. That freaked me out. I'm like, no, it's in the Kentucky. It's the dogman. No, people are swearing up and down that it's the bearilla. It's looks like a bear, but with the body of a gorilla. So I'm like, what else are we coming up with? Is it just a different variant of dogman? Because it looks very much and sounds like a dogman, but locals claim it as a bearilla.
Yeah, here's the rub on that, Shane. I'll tell you something. When you go and you look into these reports, the Bear King, we just released the song, The Bear King, on Paranormal Soundtable. Have you heard it yet?
No, I haven't checked it out yet.
Oh, you got to go check it out. Paranormal Soundtable, The Bear King. It's a song based on the legend of the Bear King. And I'm going to be doing a documentary coming up pretty soon with Eric Palacios, David Weatherly, and we're going to go and we're going to explore some places where we got reports of what people claim to be seeing as bear men or whatever you want to call them. When you go down that particular hole, you start to realize that this thing has been around for a long time. The legend of the Bear King in Marble Falls, Texas, it goes back to like the 1870s.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, I mean, the settlers were seeing something in that region that looked like a bear man. And they were very adamant that it wasn't a werewolf. And some of the early settlers there were very, they knew the difference between a Bigfoot, a local Bigfoot, the way that they look here is very distinct. And then a dog man, they had reports of that too, these werewolf looking creatures. And then the bear creatures, they were three different things, but they all existed. But if you go to the Devil's Backbone, which my colleagues like David Weatherly and even Ken has said this, and so did Eric Palacios, they would put it up against any other place in the country when it comes to high strangeness. We got reports of the Goat Man. the Goat Man of the Haunted Valley, and then the Goat Man of Purgatory Road, which are actually probably one and the same, but those are the places that they tend to haunt. And then there is this black dog that haunts the cemetery of Purgatory Road. Then you have these bouncing balls of light. You have people seeing what look like pioneers walking around like they're still, back in the early 1800s. You have people seeing Apache and Comanche Indians, and you have Confederate soldiers and Spaniards popping out of thin air. It is a very, very, very weird place with a lot of weird phenomena.
Another area of high strangeness.
High strangeness, yes. And you have the Dog Man, you have Bigfoot,
Mhm.
and you have this bear man looking thing that comes up. Now we're talking about Ninokyo, a very good friend of mine too. Do you know Josh too? Or
No, I don't know Josh. I'm a subscriber and I've been listening to him for years, and
Yeah.
he does excellent work. So I just love listening to his stuff. But I
he's
use
a
his
good friend of
content.
mine.
What was that?
He's a good friend of mine. I can introduce you to him one day. I hope that you could make it to the conference in November. I know you have a child, but
Yeah, I definitely want to try to be there. I know I was going to go to the last one, but that's why I had to donate 2 tickets in honor, because I couldn't be there because my wife and you already have the baby. So, but I'm definitely going to try to be there in November.
Yeah, if you can make it, that's fine. I know you have a newborn baby, but let's get our priorities straight here, okay? I mean, do you want to take care of your kid, or do you want to come see us? It's up to you. I'm just Shane's like, what the hell?
I'm going to be single, but
he's like,
house, but hey, at least I'll have my ticket. I'll be there.
Josh Turner's a jerk. Man, he told me to choose between my kid. And I'm like, I'm messing with you, Shane. No, seriously, I always do that. Look, no, but the thing is, I mean, like Ninokyo. Now, going back to the Bear Man, if you go, 'cause, you watch the Yosemite ones or whatever. Josh is a good guy. He gave me carte blanche to just go in and whatever I needed to look into and use the reports, and we have no problem sharing information or witnesses or whatever. He did some work on the Yellowstone a couple years ago. If you go back and watch those videos, and those are Bear Man reports. Very weird things, man, of people being grabbed, and it alludes in that particular episode. It alludes to something even more sinister. The Bear Man reports sort of disappeared, and then you got these werewolf-looking creatures that showed up, but they showed up in mass. Like the Bear Men were attacking people, and you were getting these reports of people going missing, and then a few people get, I guess, they get unalived, and so then the next thing you know, the military type people, I don't know if they are military, but they go in there. It's a long story short. I'm just cutting to the quick. And then you started getting reports of these werewolf-looking creatures, and people were seeing them with collars on. So what's weird about that whole thing is I dug into it. I started looking into it, and I actually talked to someone who claimed that they were a part of this and they knew about it. And it was basically a rehabilitation of assets. That's what they called it. And I'll say this, I'll call him Gerald. That's all I'm going to say. But Gerald told us a really weird story about how, and he reached out to me out of the blue. It wasn't like some people where somebody says, I know somebody, let me get you in touch with that guy. This guy came straight out of left field. And I don't know how much he was involved or wasn't involved with the Yellowstone authorities, but according to him, there was a relocation program. The Bear Men were taken out, and these wolf men were put in place because they were tagged, bagged, and controlled, and could be used as packs, as a pack animal to an animal. It's not really an animal. It's an asset with some sort of hybridization that could get rid of the bear men that were embedded there. The Bear Man, according to what this guy told me, and he could just be full of crap, and he could just be writing me a bunch of creepypasta. We don't know. And I'm not going to sit here and tell my audience that this guy is telling me the gospel truth, because I don't know.
Exactly.
But what I do know is what he told us, and what he told us about a year ago, his last fall, I guess it would be a year ago, be October, probably October, right after the conference. Of course, the war that I was involved in. Fighting with these maniacs, it took up way too much of my time and energy. And when you have businesses to run and things to do, you don't, it takes away from what you're doing, your research.
It's draining.
And so this guy, he was telling me this, and I went back and I revisited it recently when I had a little time. And what Gerald was saying was that he was involved in this relocation program. He also theorized that it could be happening in the LBL. Now, he says that he's not involved in any of that in any whatsoever, but he was involved in Yosemite Sam. No, Yosemite and in the Yellowstone goings and doings or whatever, and that there were bear men being relocated, according to him, from Yellowstone to Yosemite, which is like, yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, that's like my backyard.
Yeah, exactly. So welcome to the bear man phenomena. But it's so if this is to be believed, or if he's being honest about this, which I don't know, I can't say, and I'm not going to go out and say, yeah, this is true. But it is something that I had talked to Josh about, and he's like, look, man, all I can do is retell the stories. I don't know. He's like me. We don't know.
Exactly.
And Josh Cutchin's one of the guys that helps field reports for him, and he wrote the book, The Bigfoot, Phenomena, where the footprints end or whatever. And mine is a little confusing because it's called The Bigfoot Phenomena. It doesn't have anything other to the title. But he's a great guy. He's got a good book. And so he was telling us that he believes that, yeah, this is a very possible thing. This could be what they're doing. This could be true. We don't know as researchers. All we can do is say, hey, this is what we have been told. This is what we're heard. And this guy could be full of crap as a Christmas turkey. I don't know. But he did know an awful lot about these reports, and he went in depth about them, and he even gave dates and times and calling them assets. One was called Asset 123. One was called Asset 456. They used three numbers and three-letter designations, and there were 6 of them. And he said that the bear men were something that was there for a long time, coming from some former experiment that he alluded to was done, according to him, by, get this, an alien presence that existed here somewhere between 50 to 75,000 years ago.
Wow.
And that these bear men were not created by anything that exists today. Something that was more akin to a short-faced cave bear, and that they were hybridized. It's thus the blue markings on their arms with the weird symbols. Those were symbols that were put there by the alien presence that created them to guard, get this, portals / stargates. And when they left and pulled up stakes and finished mining the gold, which, thus the name the 49ers, the gold rush, right?
Exactly.
That's where the name the 49ers came, 1849. So they pulled up stakes. This is what he said. Let me look at this real quick. I remember there was another place he claimed that they were at. The Sierra Nevadas. One of the places he said that they're found at in abundance were in the Sierra Nevadas, but the early gold miners came and they went through there, and when they saw them, they would kill them because they were volatile. They were very, very vicious. And one of the things they like to do, much like the bear men of the Bear King legend here in Central Texas, was abduct women. So that made the early settlers very angry. And of course, the indigenous people had been fighting and dealing with them for a long time. They were basically an out-of-control bear with a human's mind that had gone crazy. And in fact, some of the natives even claimed that the bear men used the button on a regular basis. Something like we've heard on many different reservations, that these creatures have a human level intelligence, and that they were users of peyote and psilocybin. Like, excuse me, the berserkers. They would take this to become what they were. Could that be what we're dealing with? Is a whacked out, hyped up hybrid created by a quote unquote alien presence? Could be something like our ancestors. Maybe they were hyper intelligent and advanced, and they created these. Or could it really be an alien presence that created these things, left them here for us to deal with, and then somehow our government or shadow government decided, okay, this is a problem. They're attacking people. They're attacking the people that run the place. We need to get rid of this zoo going on. So they bring in the assets, much like Joe Barger when he talks about having shot and killed that.
Yes, I was just
creature.
going to ask you about that. I'm like,
Yeah.
Joe Barger said that they said you killed one of our assets. So right there, it's popped up in my head. I'm like thinking, okay, that's the second time I've heard that. One thing I've learned from you is like what we talked about earlier in the interview was that there's crazy stories, you just throw them out. Well, it's like, no, you got to file those ones away, because if you start getting similar reports, well, hey, there might be some type of connection. And that's one thing I learned from you. It was like, hey, one of the real quick story guy tried telling me he raised a dog, man, and I thought it sounded super crazy. I'm like, I don't know, dude. I'm not gonna throw it out, but I'm just gonna file it away. And then if I hear another one, then hey, look at the connections.
The thing about the raising of a dog, man, there was a guy named Abel who I obviously had told the story of Hernandez Ranch. But the thing about that is that was way back when photos weren't as you could just take this and make photos.
Exactly. Yeah.
The guy recently who was talking about having the Dogman creature, you probably know the story, and he named it. I'm not going to even say its name. Started with an R, and because I don't want to call the guy out. He's already taken enough heat. I personally don't believe it. I'm not going to attack the guy or argue with him publicly, and I've never said anything. People have asked me my opinion privately, maybe, but I'm not going to say anything publicly.
Exactly.
I don't believe that you would have something like that and have no photos. Now, if you wanted to protect that creature, then you would have photos, then you wouldn't release them. I get that. But do you really believe the way that the government is, the way that the shadow government is, and that they're capable of taking photos off of your phone and your computer? Do you think that they would have allowed him to have that?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Now, situation Hernandez Ranch, and I'm not defending it just because that's a story that I broke. What I'm talking about is this guy did this back in the 60s and 70s. This was like years ago. So supposedly there were 2 black and white photos of this creature. I saw one of them. When I went out there to the ranch, and I've only been there twice in my entire life. Once I drove by to see where it was at, and I stopped, and somebody came up to the gate, asked me if I wanted to come inside, and I declined because it was night, and I heard some weird noises that I did not find pleasant, and so I left. Now, you can call me a chicken, coward, whatever you want to call me, but I'm alive for a reason. Now, I did go back the next weekend on a Sunday during the day. I had 6 people with me. Yes, we were armed, and yes, we heard some weird-ass stuff. And we got some recordings. Now, if you play them, people are going to say all kinds of crazy things. And we took a photo of something that was walking on the tree line. I don't know what it is. Some people would look at it and say it's a stump. I'm not going to put myself out there and get ridiculed. And I said, well, there's nothing we can do, especially in the age of AI. You don't know.
Exactly.
We can't say, and then they'll make fun of you. So the best policy for me is when I get pictures, which I get a ton of, I just kind of don't put them out there. Every now and then I will, and never fails. It starts a big old fight, and I don't want my group that has over 9,000 people in the Facebook group just to start fighting over a photo, which they do, or they will, because people are prone to do that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Now, I saw a photo of what looks to be a creature lying down. It had a chain on it. It was large, it was massive, and it was asleep, and it looked rather peaceful. It didn't look like a vicious, mean animal. And the way it was laying, it did appear to have human-like appendages up at the top with dog-like legs at the bottom. Now, it was a bent-up, old black and white photo. You couldn't do much with it. And that's all they had. There was another photo of it sitting up like this, according to, after Abel had passed away, they went into the house and they found the photos. Apparently his wife's family, like her sister somewhere down in South Texas, took an album that had several photos. So somewhere down in South Texas, the Rio Grande Valley, there's somebody there that maybe when that person passes away, somebody will stumble across them and go, what the hell is this?
Probably has the holy grail of an actual photo of a dog man.
Yeah, absolutely. What I saw looked kind of like a photo I'd seen on the internet. I know it's not the same photo. It's not. But there is a picture of what looks to be a dog man laying down, and it looks kind of similar. Like I thought, well, this could be it. You could even see a little bit of white on the chest. Now, like I said, there were several other people with me. They saw the photo too, including my brother, Scorpion, and several other people that were there that witnessed this. And we were just like, wow, that's incredible. I did ask if I could take it, and they were like, no, obviously. I had to ask, and I said,
Yeah,
well,
of course.
I had to ask, and I'm not trying to be, but I wanted to take a copy of it. The guy that lived there, Noah, that's his brother. He's like, I don't have a copier here. He didn't even have a TV. So there was nothing we could do with that. But I can say this. I'm convinced that he really did have one that he habituated, and it was in captivity for a while, and then it was let go, and it just stayed around. It hung around, and the only time he confined it or did anything was when he was worried about it going after people. It did stay well fed, and to him, it was not an abnormal being in the way that it was walked around on two legs. He believed that it was a naturally occurring creature. And didn't attribute any sort of supernatural abilities to it, and thought that it was just a way that they had evolved or had a deformity that sort of just got into their bloodline and they were able to stand up. But that doesn't explain the man-like upper body.
Yeah.
There was a lot left to be explored in that. Now, I don't think that's the case. That's my opinion. I think there's a lot more going on there. It started in the 1800s when I think it was 1882 exactly. I believe that's when they covered up what was a hole, which I think was their coming and going, and they dynamited it because that's how you make friends. And so then these things decide to come out in force and basically wreak havoc and destroy their property. And not only did they do that, but then they destroyed the neighboring ranch's property and so on and so forth. And then it created a war, which ultimately led to these things slaughtering their livestock and them forcing the ranchers to start over. They did eventually manage to subdue them to the point where they killed multiple of them. They were not supernatural in the way they couldn't be killed, but they were very hard to kill. And there weren't a whole lot of them. It wasn't like a horde of them. In the estimates that I was given by Abel, according to his grandfather, he said it takes about 10 of them to wipe out an entire, 100-acre ranch full of cattle.
Wow.
He said, and they can do it pretty quick. And even with you fighting them daily, he said they will eventually take everything you have. And so they were told, given advice, leave them alone, let them take one every now and then. Only take a shot at them when they go after the newborn calves. But if they want to pick off the sick, the weak, whatever, let them do it because they're predators, but they're not like coyotes. And they were told that these things can actually control coyotes. And they said that there was another animal that lived alongside them that looked like them, big, large, bulky, but incapable of standing on its hind legs. Very weird, right?
Very weird, yeah.
Yeah. So there was a lot of information that was given to us about these things. And I don't, and I don't know, I often talk about a lot of it because I think that it would bring some problems for you if they think you know a little too much,
Exactly.
I don't need somebody cutting my damn brake lines or some shit, So it's like, we
that
laugh.
doesn't happen, Josh.
Yeah, you're just like, well, Josh fell off a cliff. Well, we know what happened. He's got the big mouth, and so.
Well, I was going to ask you, when you guys looked at the photo, did your brother? What did they all think? What was their opinion on it? Did they think it was a dogman or just a large dog with that looked?
I can speak for everybody that was there, including everybody that I'm on the show. Everybody we thought, yeah, it looked like a dogman. I mean. Did it look like a vicious, no, it didn't. It was a peaceful sleeping creature. And I'm going to say this kind of sounds weird, but in the face, it almost kind of looked like a border collie, but it was large animal. You could tell the picture was taken way back in the 60s. And of course it was black and white. But it looked it looked like if it wanted to, it could absolutely, disembowel you, destroy you. The claws on the thing looked bear-like. But the paws and everything kind of looked raccoonish a little bit with their little hands, you could see it. I mean, you could see it. That was the only photo that Noah had of it. He saw it a couple times and even threatened to kill it because it growled at him.
Mm-hmm.
And in his own words, he thought that it was a genetic abomination.
Wow.
He was not fond of them. And according to him, he's killed several of them. He says when they get too close to his part of the property, he shoots them, or he shoots at them, and he uses dragon's breath, which are incendiary rounds. I'm not a big, I believe in guns and all that, but I don't, I'm not a gun worshiper. Like I got a buddy of mine, I go to his bathroom and he's got like guns and ammo right there to read. And I'm like, I'm not that guy. I believe that there are tools.
He's
like
packing.
Just like you got a key to drill, like that. I got guns. That's what you got to protect yourself. But I don't go around like I got my gun, quick draw my draw.
It, right?
Yeah. I don't sleep with it, but I mean, I have one right here. I mean, it's right here ready to go.
Yeah.
I look at them as a necessary evil that you have to deal with. But he's one of those people that shoot first, ask questions later. He's a Vietnam vet.
Mm-hmm.
So when he comes back from Vietnam, this thing was already gone. It was not around the house anymore, but it would still come up to the house to get food and whatnot. Mm-hmm. And then one day it scared him and he shot at it. And after that, it threw something through his window. So he which was a giant tree branch, smashed through his window right after a storm. And he thinks that
retaliated it.
Yeah, and then his brother was like, "No, the storm did that, dummy. There was lightning that struck the tree." He didn't believe that. He said, "No, this thing threw a tree branch through my window." There was a big argument, whatever. And he showed me the destructive capability of some of his weaponry and what they can do. And I believe that if you're around those types of creatures and you have them, you would probably need that. Me personally, I'm not going to need that. I don't have anything like that because I just have home protection. Shotgun works. So does 38. So does 9mm. But this guy, he's dealing with something that is not from our normal world. So yeah, I can agree that he probably needs that. But I don't believe in the antagonistic way that he goes about doing it because it could get him hurt.
Yeah, that's what I was just about ready to say. You got to be smart with that.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. You doing the research you do in the area you do it in, what is the weirdest report you fielded so far in the area where you're at?
So I got one from back in 2019, and it's your typical dog man at 2:00 in the morning up near Shaver Lake, California. I started looking into it's a Bigfoot area. It's a hot spot. Shaver Lake, if anyone wants to look it up, it's up in the mountains northeast of Fresno. But what intrigued me was this dogman encounter. It was just your typical 2:00 guy was driving, coming home from work or whatever, and this thing was running. And he just thought it was a giant wolf that was running on two legs, and it ran across the highway and into the tree line. But he said when he turned back around and he started thinking, he's like, wait, did I just see a wolf on two legs? And so he didn't think anything of it, but when he went home, started researching it, there's no wolves in California. Recently, in Northern California, the Lassen pack, but from Northern California to where Shaver Lake is, it's probably 8-9 hours away. And they just recently, they released found a wolf out in captivity that they put out in the wild, but this was 2019, so there was no reports of actual wolves in the area. So he started doing his research and came across that it was a dog man. So a buddy of his got in contact with us when we first started up West Coast, and I found it really intriguing. So I was like, okay, well, if there's dogmen in the area, I'm just going to use that one report. Like, no, maybe the dude's probably lying, or just wanted 5 minutes of fame. But then a good buddy of mine, Javier Morales with Cryptid 559, had a dogman encounter out near Avocado Lake, which is, suburb of Fresno. So I started putting things together and I started looking more and more into it. And there was 5 to 6 encounters just within this area. So I'm like, hey, got to go to Shaver Lake, start looking around. I've heard some tree knocks, I've heard some things, but it's nothing I really thought what dogmen were there. But I did find a really intriguing print off of an old OHV trail, and it was very canine-like in appearance. It measured over 11 inches from the tip of it to the base of it. So I was sitting there, I'm like, no, wolves are only around 5 inches, but this thing looked like an elongated hill. So I like I said, it's not a dogman print, but it's very canine-like, and it just was right in the middle. It was just the one print in the middle of this OHV trail, and it just blew my mind. So I took a picture of it, measuring it. So But that's what I found the most interesting report that I've had out of Shaver Lake.
Have you come across anybody who's claimed to have three-toed tracks?
Not normally. No, I haven't. It's been four toes or five that I've came across.
Because and I'll tell this to the audience too, and this is what I believe, and I'm telling you what I actually believe. A lot of people have shown me, or they've talked about three-toed tracks, and I tell them that's not a dog man, that's not a Bigfoot, that's a reptilian. And I know it sounds crazy when you got getting into reptilians and whatever, but it's the truth. That's what they are.
I've also heard three-toe prints possibly being Gugway. Have you heard anything about that, Josh?
Yeah, Gugway is another one too. And of course, the Gugway is an old term used by the Algonquins and I believe the Micmac. They call it that, and then there's the Genotsqua, which is like a French Canadian type. People see them up there, and then now there are people that claim that they've seen the Genotsqua, like different types of versions of it, different parts of the country. But that, and I used to think that was crazy because why would a legend from the Algonquins be in Oklahoma and such and such? Knowing now what I know is that everything's connected through the underground. Why do you see the monkeys, devil monkeys over there where you're at, and then see them in the LBL?
Yeah.
Yet you don't see them like in, Utah, Yeah, I mean, that's because I think that there's certain populations. But if you stop and you think about it, there's a type of spider that at one time its range was in two places, Tennessee and in Texas. Now, why would that be? Why would they only be in those two particular places? Then you have the golden recluse and the southwestern recluse being in probably where you're at, southwestern California, all the way to, Texas. You have that type of a recluse, which is a subspecies. And I believe what happens is these things, they move around and then they populate in a particular area and they just kind of stay there. That could be one possible, reason that these devil monkeys are in the different places they're in, or it could be because there's facilities or underground places, it's like we said, or all of the above. It's really hard to say what's going on. All I know is that whenever you get reports in one area, and I cite this as one in particular, the gargoyle of Alamogordo. I had a report that was from 11 years before. Now, they didn't give me the report 11 years before, but it dated from 11 years before. And it was in Dayton, Ohio. But the report was the same. A creature with a dog-like head and big membranous wings, 9 to 10 foot wingspan. And it was said, I'm talking per wing, that's how big the wings were, like 9 foot wings on either side.
Massive, huh?
A massive creature. And it had this chain around its neck, which was weird. And it had like a broken lock on it that was connecting it. Like it just wore it. That is so weird. That could even be the same damn creature when you think about it. And of course, you're going through the whole, throwing reports out. I almost, when that guy gave me that report, I thought, okay, a flying dog man, whatever.
Right.
That's what I thought. I thought the guy was full of crap, and I wasn't. I'm not rude to people when it comes to being witnesses and all that, because I know people think, that people, they think I'm crazy, whatever. But I told the guy, I said, yeah, okay, a flying dog man, and you want to tell me about it because I'm fielding reports on Dogman. Just recently, I made the rounds in the groups, and I posted, hey, if you got Dogman stories, it's not like there's a shortage of them. I probably got over 200 people that within the various groups that said, yes, I've seen a Dogman. And of those 200 people, I've got about at least 50 right there in my messenger ready to go to tell me their story, even come on and tell their story. I got to do something with that. But I also have about 100 reports that need to be cataloged, filed, and looked at and whatever. Not one of those is a flying dogman, because nobody's telling me, hey, I saw a flying dogman. Now that we've talked about it on the show, people have told me, hey, I saw a gargoyle. Prior to that, nobody was telling me that they had seen a gargoyle. Nobody had messaged me and said, yo, guess what? I saw a gargoyle. No, they said I saw some weird stuff that looked like a flying something or other. And I came up with the idea, hey, this thing looks like a gargoyle, right? It quacks like a duck, walks like a duck. It's a duck. And so I thought about it, and I was on a show with Nick Valente. I think you know Nick.
Oh, yeah. Good friend of mine.
And good friend of mine. And so me and Nick were on a show together, and we were talking about gargoyles. And I can't remember who the host was or what the show was, but the whole thing was about gargoyles and the validity of them and if they're real and what they could be or what they're not. And I was like, look, most of the time when people give me a report, they're not telling me, hey, I saw a gargoyle. They're telling me I saw something flying that looked like this. After I do the show, I get inundated with reports. Well, that's kind of stretching. It's not like there's a mass flood that I'm like, hey, what about that report over there? Oh, we got to come over there. No, that's not what happens. It's not like Grand Central Station or you're in some, the Daily Planet. No.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the reports are everywhere. They're just flying everywhere. What are we going to do?
Like that scene in Spider-Man.
Yeah, Spider-Man. You got the cigar. What are we going to do about this? Spider-Man. He's Jonah Jameson. It's not like that. No, you get the reports though. They come in emails, and me, Tony, Anthony, and everybody involved get these reports, including my wife. And then we put them together. Like, what do we make of this? What do we got here? Now you got people saying, "Hey, I've seen a vampire." You got people saying, "I've seen a gargoyle." Alexa, the Belarusian guy, he's not from there, but because he was, but his heritage is Belarusian. And he told us about the vampire attack on his dad, and then his grandfather who had the werewolf stories or whatever. Now, somebody messaged me and said, this is ludicrous. How could one guy's family have a vampire and a werewolf? And I said, because of where they're at. I told him, I said, in fact, most of the people in that area have probably seen both of these things. Just like there are people in Fresno, like we talked about earlier, who've seen crawlers and they've also seen flying humanoids.
Yes,
because
exactly.
It's where they're at. People act like, Shane, they act like this is so science fiction-y and out of the realm of possibility because they don't lift their head out of their ass to take a look and see what's going on in this world.
Yep.
There are UFOs in the skies all over the place.
All the time.
All the time. There are people's houses who are haunted. There's a guy who lives right down the street from me where a guy died and he walks his dog. He's like, my house is haunted. Totally believes it's haunted. I haven't been in there and I haven't really gone in to talk to him too much. He told my godson that used to live with us. And my godson says, hey, we should talk to this guy. I see the guy every now and then, and I probably should go and talk to him and ask him about it, but I'm freaking busy. And honestly, I really don't want my neighbors around me knowing what I do.
Exactly.
To tell you the truth. When they ask me what I do for a living, I tell them, look, man, I'm a car thief. This is what I do. I don't want to tell the truth and tell them how whacked out my life is. I'm joking. I don't tell them that. No, I tell them I'm a security professional.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And that's it. They don't need to know what I do. I don't give them a card and say, check out my show, because I don't want to be labeled as the weirdo on the block, because I live in this community. It's HOA, Okay.
Yeah.
It's a nice place. And the people here are kind of snooty. I'll be honest. They're not my cup of tea, but they don't need to know that I'm out here at your time would be 10 o'clock, my time, midnight, talking about gargoyles, dogmen, and ghosts. We don't need to tell them that. That's fine. They're good not knowing it. You know what I mean?
I'm in the same boat.
Yeah, it's like, what are your hobbies? I like football. Okay,
As you can
keep
tell.
it that, right? You're out there mowing your lawn. You have a real quick conversation. Well, look at the weather. Everything's nice, right? Yeah, live in your little box, in your boxed-in world. Enjoy your house, your beautiful home, and and I'll do mine. I'll keep myself separate from you.
Right.
I don't go to the block parties and do any of the other crap they do around here. They come to me and we're having a Halloween get together. Would you like to be involved? And I said, absolutely not, and close the door. That's it.
Keep to yourself.
Yeah. Because you have to protect yourself from being, labeled as the crazy guy, whatever, And just by the same token, a lot of my clients that I have from the business, I don't go around telling them what I do because they're going to be like, wow,
Yeah.
this is the guy in charge of my security. I do a very good job. And if it ever comes up, I don't deny it. Like I had one of my biggest clients. He said he found my show. Well, he found my show because the guy that I used to work for directly when he retired, he knew me since I was a kid. He was one of my clients, but he was my little league coach. And me and his sons grew up together, and I've been working for him since 2006. When I decided to do the show, he already knew because some of the sites that I had guarded for him were haunted. A lot of weird stuff was going on, and he knew about it. It was right there. He could not deny it. So he told that guy. So this guy calls me up and says, yeah, I heard you have a podcast about weird this and that. And I'm like, oh, my God.
You're
and
like,
I'm like, well,
yeah. The bag.
Yeah. So I told him about it. I don't think he watches it, but he was like, I think he checked it out once or twice. I said, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's not his thing, whatever. Thank goodness, because I don't need him thinking that I'm some kind of nut job.
Yeah.
But by the same token, I'm not going to run away from it. If somebody says, hey, what do you do? I'm going to tell them what I do. I tell them about my show. I'm like, that's fine. My recent client that actually worked Scorpion is working tonight. You know, the old manager there, he's now living back in Oregon. And if you're listening, Jeff, hey, what's going on? He seemed to be a little more interested in the show, and that's fine. If he wants to check it out and he thinks it's cool, he thinks it's interesting. We do our job. You know what I mean? But I also want to keep it professional. And what I do with this is not connected to what I do with that, but sometimes it crosses over. Sometimes,
it crosses over.
Yeah. So that being said, you know, I release a show. People listen to the show. They come up and they say, "Hey, I saw something that looked weird," and now they'll come out and say, "This is what I saw." People live in their day-to-day world, and they think that it's so bizarre that one person's family or them could see something like that. It's not that uncommon. And when you start turning over rocks, what you start to learn is that it's everywhere. And it's really more a part of our lives than we once thought it was. And in fact, they're calling it the paranormal, but I think that it is the normal. And the guys like you and I who are into this kind of thing are in the real reality. And my neighbor, not the one with the haunted whatever's going on over there, but the other ones that are just like, hey, neighbor, you know, they're living in their day-to-day world. They're getting in their car. They're commuting to work. They're coming back to their nice house, and they're living in their world, whatever. They watch their TV. They go to sleep. They wake up. It's like vivarium, you know? I mean, you know, you're doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
You're living your day-to-day. Every day is like the next, whatever. That's fine.
And we're considered the weird ones.
Yeah. I look at them as their lives are boring and weird.
Yeah, exactly. Why not be more open-minded and look out, hey, there's a life outside your four walls, you know? There's a lot of high strangeness out there if you really look into it.
Yeah. Shane, how did you get involved in all this craziness? Anyway.
To be honest with you, Josh, I really was always into Bigfoot, aliens and stuff, but never really dove into it. I always just thought, hey, there's something that could be out there. But really, it's my buddy Andrew was one that was listening to a lot of Dogman podcasts and got me into it and said that's what he wanted to see. And I just laughed at the name, and I just didn't believe that a werewolf really exists. It was Hollywood. But then I started listening to more and more encounters with them and started getting more intrigued. Some people sound like they were in it for 5 minutes of fame, but other ones I started putting the pattern together that people were seeing something run across the yard or run across the road, and hey, it looks like a werewolf. But that's what got me into it. And then I just, you know, about 5 months into listening to encounters, I just like, I want to get out there and really look. And I started looking online for encounters in my area or general area and go check them out and just see or interview eyewitnesses and just hear what they saw, you know. And I just became so fascinated with the Dogman phenomenon that's when I started West Coast up. And since I've created West Coast Dogman Project, I've kind of branched off and created other cryptid. I got West Coast Sasquatch, West Coast UFO, Gugway, and then I joined part of the NADP with Jody a couple years ago and just helped him out and just became a regional director for him. And then getting people signed up that are into the Dogman phenomenon, that want to become investigators or researchers, and just kind of help put their little spin on it too. And we can all collaborate and work together and just try to see what the heck is this creature, you know? So I've been doing it for about 2.5 years now, and I mean, I've been laughed at by, like we were talking about, I've been laughed at by a couple coworkers that found out, oh, Shane is a dogman investigator or a researcher. They laughed at it, and it's like, well, yeah, I'm not going to lie to you, but I try to keep real close. As you can see, I'm a diehard 49er fan. That's what people know me as, but my true friends know, hey, I'm into the dogman, I'm into the cryptids, I'm into the paranormal, I'm into all the high strangeness stuff. So that's when I got into it. And like I say, I don't see myself ever stopping. But I'm on a hiatus, a little bit break right now to focus on my family, my son, getting ready to start football. So yeah, family's first, but then I always say cryptids is close second, because that's never going to end. It's just more and more. It's always going to be there, and it's going to be more with technology. I believe more people are coming forward, and it's great to have platforms like your show and all these other paranormal shows that you give these people a voice and a platform to where they won't be judged or ridiculed, and they can come out and freely tell you, hey, this is what I saw, and not get judged and say that guy's crazy, So yeah. I think that's great with technology. I think that more and more people are coming forward with it. So, and I just like being a part of the community. And it's like I was telling my wife the other day, I have more friends that I've probably never met or will meet in the cryptid community than I do my real friends. It's like these people are so caring and willing to give you the time of day just to help you out or say, hey, my own best friend doesn't even reach out to me daily and say, hey, how are you doing? But I have friends all across the U.S. and around the world, actually, that just reach out. And that's what I love about the cryptid community. Actually, a lot of people come together and all have a common interest, but some of these people are the nicest people you'll ever meet. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, there definitely is a part of it that's a little bit nasty and mean at times. But
dude, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, because my friends in my day-to-day life, I'm still really close to a lot of my friends from the old days, and they'll be like, man, why do you deal with those mean people? I said, because maybe 10% of them are that way, 90% are great.
Exactly.
Really, really good people. And I've met some really awesome people. In fact, Bettina just popped in. She's one of my biggest supporters and friends in here in this field. And you're a great, good guy. I've talked to you on the phone before. We've talked, and you asked for some advice, and I've given it to you. And I told you exactly what I think is real and what I think is correct. Mm-hmm. And my advice to everybody listening is to never discount anything in this weird field that we're in, because I'm glad to hear you say that you're looking into the UFOs, because that, I believe, is a key. Tomorrow night I do the Saturday UFO show, and I think that's a key to unlocking a lot of this stuff. And I think Saturdays has now become a show that's more of a learning tool.
Exactly.
We'll be on 8 o'clock tomorrow, and I think that it helps teach us a lot about where we were, where we're at, and where we're headed. Where we're headed is all predicated on where we were, and where we're at. Mm-hmm. And people don't know where we're headed. They think that we're just, the future is just up in the air, whatever. You can judge sort of what's coming down, what's going to happen if you really pay attention. People don't pay attention, and that's why they think it's so odd and weird that all these things are happening. Mm-hmm. When I've talked to people who kind of scoff or laugh, I'll tell them two things. I said, as my job, doing what I do, I said, I can pull the crime stats of your neighborhood and tell you how bad the place is that you're living around that you think is so safe. That's why you're out walking your dog at 1 a.m. I can tell you the crime statistics. I can do another thing. I can tell you about reports of some really weird, nasty, unstable phenomena that's been talked about in your area too. Mm-hmm. Both of which will scare the hell out of you, because you're living in your little fish bowl, and you think that everything's fine, but it's not. And at any given time, something could stick its hand in there and grab you and pull you out of it and throw you somewhere else. And when you're tossed out into the ether and you have to come to the realization that the boogeyman is a real thing, well, that upsets the apple cart in people's minds. And it can make some people feel completely powerless, helpless, when the main thing that people want in this world is to feel like they're in control. And when you make them feel like they're not in control, there are those that like roller coasters and can handle the rush. And then there's others who are freaked out because they're like, I'm on this thing and I have no control. Mm. And I have to trust that this thing will stay on the tracks and not go off into the ether and throw my body somewhere, while I'm 90 feet up in the air. That's a scary thing. It takes a commitment of trust to do that, to get on that
Mhm.
roller coaster, even if it's just a fun amusement park thing. You hear about it all the time of things malfunctioning, things not going right because things don't always work the way that we wish. As they say, we make the plans and God laughs because he's got his own plans. And
That he
people,
does.
when they're fearful, power over other people makes them feel less afraid.
Mhm.
If they can't, that's why people are always so into control. Somebody asked me that on a podcast I was on one day, a few weeks ago. They're like, why do people want to control the information? Why do they want to control everybody? And I told them, I said, they're fearful.
Mhm.
And when people are full of fear, power over other people makes them feel less afraid.
Mhm.
But they're not in touch with their spiritual essence or nature of the reality that we live in.
Mhm.
And they think that if it's okay to make me feel better, then it's okay for me to destroy the actual reality that we live in, warp it, lie, and change it, and create a facade that
Mhm.
everybody's supposed to participate in, which is really just an agreed upon lie. Because that's what's happening, Shane, is people are in denial.
Mhm.
And when you say dog man, I've said this before, it sounds like some silly BS.
It
I've
does.
even had people say that it sounds like something from a circus. Like, what is that? A circus side, some of them are being facetious and well, some of them are being honest. It sounds silly shit,
It
And I
does.
tell
Yeah.
them, look, I didn't come up with that term. I never thought it was a correct term. And I've really just taken to calling them werewolves because we don't really know what they are.
Exactly. And I think that's a
You know?
great name. I mean, it sounds more terrifying, werewolf instead of a dog man. So just like the name
Yeah.
Bigfoot.
Yeah. And Joe Breezy, I see you in the chat there. I'm going to put another one of his comments on there. Joe's a really good guy. He was at my conference. I'm going to tell you this. I did a show recently, and it's already hit like 20-something thousand, whatever. And it was about the werewolves of World War II. It was the one that was given to me by the guy, the Belarusian guy, and it was his grandfather's stories. What was really intriguing about that was that none of them saw these creatures that were attacking their lines, whether they were the Germans, the Belarusians, or the Russians. Nobody knew who the hell this was. They
Mhm.
didn't, they called it a werewolf, but they didn't know what it was. And they never saw anybody shapeshift into a werewolf.
Mhm.
So does that make it a dog man? We don't know. All we
That was
know
actually a
is
really
that,
good episode. I listened to that the other day when I was getting ready for work. I was like, man, it was good.
yeah. Yeah, and it was somebody recently on a show, and they were taking a swipe at people who retell people's encounters, and they were like,
Mhm.
"Well, a storyteller likes to do this and embellish and blah blah blah." Sometimes, let me tell you, man, even a bad storyteller comes across some really good information, and it just works out. And then other times, somebody has everything they need and they still botch it up and make it sound ridiculous and horrible, and they don't do the job.
Mhm.
And so you got to have a medium there that kind of find a way to convey it to captivate the audience. But with that, I didn't have to do much. I didn't have to use colorful words. It was just what happened. It was
Mhm.
what he says happened. And he, by his own admission, was like, I'm not going to tell the story. He's like, I'm not really good at retelling it. I thought he was. I thought he'd get a good job. But if somebody feels that way, they feel that way. My job is to convey what he said to the audience.
Mhm.
And when you get someone on the show and they start talking, sometimes it's not real fluid. And you have to deal with that. And then I get a ton of complaints.
Mhm.
Then I get people saying, well, I want the person to come and tell it themselves. And then so you're going to get complaints either way.
Yeah,
And then
exactly.
sometimes those stories you get are just so, and I've been told that I'm able to tell them in a way that keeps everybody interested,
Mhm.
whereas some people will have like be handed gold and they just turn it into lead. And
You
I've
do a
seen it
really good
happen
job at
too.
telling other people's encounters and stories. I think you do a really good job at that.
Yeah. And there's a lot of people that I haven't had too many people complain. I'll say this. There were two in particular. One of them, like I told her, she went around telling everybody I didn't tell her story correctly.
Mhm.
And I told her, I said, you didn't give me those details until after the fact when you began to complain.
Mhm.
Now, to her, in her defense, She said, yes, I did. But she also gave the stories to several other people, including a couple of friends of ours. And I'm like, yeah, okay. You gave those stories to those people, but you gave them details that you didn't give to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, if you want to be real honest, then what are you doing? Why did you not give me those details?
Yeah.
Yeah. And she accused two of us of not retelling the story correctly. I said, I don't believe that. I believe that something happened. Now, this is when I was on that other show. So I went to them and I said, I think that that person was being dishonest. And they were like, we're not taking that story down. Well, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I have no control over what he does or doesn't do with his show. Let him keep it. Let him do whatever. The rest of the stories on there, were people's encounters, good. How do you take that one down and take that one out? So he just chose to leave it up there. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
The other person was someone who said that their sister who gave me that story was schizophrenic. There again, she wasn't on medication. I personally don't believe that that was the case with that story, but I think that that was a real story because he did say that there were some weird things that had happened, but he didn't believe that. And I said, well, what does she say? He said she's now recanting it. And I said, okay, there again on another show. And I said, look, when that person comes to me themselves and says that, then I'll take it seriously. And they never did. Now, there are people who claim that they can vet these people to the point of like, I know they're lying or they're not lying. Shut the hell up, dude. How do you vet somebody over an email? Okay.
Right.
I mean, give me a freaking break, dude. I mean, I could talk to somebody on the phone and that person could be a world champion liar for all I know. You have no way to really know.
Yeah, exactly.
So there are people who claim they can super vet people or whatever, and I don't believe a bit of that crap. Unless I'm able to sit across the table from you and look you in the eye. And a sociopath even can lie to you and make you, if they're a damn sociopath, you can't control that.
They could be lying through their teeth,
Yeah.
You believe in them,
Yeah. Yeah. Funny, Joe Breezy says, it's funny, Wolf. I told my mom I was going to your Dogman conference. She looked at me like, what? After I described one, she looked shocked and said, I've seen one of those. That's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. Anthony and I were eating one time, and she came on my show on a live stream and told the story of driving through one of these things. Like it was ethereal.
Wow.
Right outside of Lexington, Texas. And I was talking to a guy that works out of my gym whose sister saw one like in that area. What's crazy is that back in between Caldwell and Lexington at one time, there was a legend of a werewolf, and supposedly it was killed in 1899, and it was hung up from a tree. And I saw what somebody told me was a newspaper clipping, and it was like real brief, whatever. And it just looked like something hanging upside down. I couldn't tell what it was. It looked like it had a wolf's head, but it could have been a large wolf the way it was strung up, but it was gigantic. You could see the guys standing around it. And they said after that happened, that there were many, many sightings of this creature, but that they were ethereal. That people would shoot at it and bullets would go right through it, and then they would they would see the bullets in the tree, like the bullet holes, and that one guy shot at one and it went through it and hit one of his cows. So he was very upset that he killed one of his own cattle. And people would claim that it would run alongside one of their buckboard wagons, and then they would run through it. Like it was trying to attack people. It was still trying to do what it did in life, but it was not. It was like a ghost.
Yeah, like a goat, like an apparition almost, right? Like just now, is this in the same area of the Aaron Deese's Texas Dogman Triangle? I know his book.
Aaron and me both wrote our books simultaneously, which is funny because when he was writing that book, I was writing my book, and we communicated a few times. Just we were cordial. We made sure we didn't step on each other's toes, but god dang, we had to talk about it. And I said, dude, there's so much of this stuff
just in Texas alone. Just in Texas alone. It's everything I've read in your book and what you've said, and then from Aaron's accounts on his books, it's just like, man,
Mm-hmm.
All it seems like it's in the same area almost.
It is. Some of the reports we got were neighboring one another.
Uh-huh.
And so there was one lady I had talked to who said that there was a guy who had reached out to her. She didn't say his name. She said, yeah, or her husband did. She said, yeah, there was a guy already reached out to me. So when I talked to Aaron, I mean, I was pretty sure that it was him that had talked to her. And so I just kind of backed off on that one. And he did the same with me. I think we both just kind of were cordial with one another. And like, there was no need to poach each other's witnesses at all.
Yeah.
I mean, we both had so many reports that I didn't need to go to him and he didn't need to come to me and go, hey, am I messing with your witness, anything like that? Because there's so much of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm just so shocked with. It's like Texas is alone. It's just not just the Lone Star State, it's the Dogman Triangle, you know. It's like the LBL. You guys got your high strangeness of activity over there too.
You being out on the West Coast, and I've been very good friends with Jody and Nick over the years, and I've been in touch with both of them. And are you IDP now, or what are you?
Well, sorry, I got a little delay. What was that?
Are you with the IDP, or are you still with NADP?
I'm still with NADP. I took a break from it for a little bit to focus more on the West Coast, my little West Coast Dogman project. But then recently I got back with Jody and was like, hey, because I run all the Facebook pages for him from Region 1 to Region 5 and then all the other NADP pages. But I'm still in good connection with Nick. I talk to Nick at least once a week almost. I do some stuff for him and Jeremiah. So I'm not really a part. I mean, I'm a member in their group, but I'm not like an official member. Like, I guess you could say I'm not like part of it, but I'm friends with both of them. So it's like, hey, we're all in this for the right reason, I believe, to figure out what is this Dogman, you know, with your IDP, WCDP, and ADP. I don't know. I mean,
ICP.
Yeah, exactly. So, both Nick and Jody are great guys, and it's just they're both just like you are a wealth of knowledge, and I've learned a lot from both men and yourself and all these other Dogman researchers and investigators, and it's just like you take a little bit from each one, and it's like you hone in on your own craft, and that's what you do when you're out in the field. I've learned a lot of tactical field stuff from Nick, so pretty interesting.
He demonstrated that at my first conference.
Oh, did he? Okay.
His tactical stuff, what he does. He's a real it's funny because he goes out there armed to the teeth and doing whatever, but he also when he goes out, he takes stakes, like wooden stakes and holy water.
Holy water.
Yes, silver, because I mean, we don't, like he said, you don't know. You really don't know. People think, oh, that's crazy, but it's better to be, you know, to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it.
Exactly. You know? I agree.
Yeah.
I know Nick goes out in a team. He tells me all the time, I do not go out into the field without a team of less than 7 guys. And they go in like diamond formation. He tells you everything. And the weirdest thing I thought that he carries with him also, I didn't think it was weird, but now it makes sense, is cayenne pepper. Who would have thought cayenne pepper would be? I know he's religiously on the bear spray, but he carries cayenne pepper and says it works against the Dogman. That he did a report when I think he was still with the NADP. He went down to Alabama or Georgia, one of those states in the South, but there was Dogman reports at this golf course and they were having problems with it. So he went out and bought gallons and gallons of cayenne pepper and he put it around like the trash can area, and it said it stopped the activity and kept them away. So I thought that was really intriguing.
I could tell you this: when it comes to those guys, and I've worked with both of them extensively, and I know that you know that. King of Hecamunus is a dog that has strong senses. It's like getting maced in the face. Yeah, I can tell you this: I've worked with both those guys, and Jody and I and Nick, and we had a free flow of information between us. I was willing to share reports that I got with them, and they were sharing reports with me. Now, I've never been an official member of the NADP or the IDP because I like my autonomy. But if you look at Destro from G.I. Joe, he's kind of like he's a part of Cobra, but he's kind of got his own thing. He's like, look, I'm an arms dealer. I will work with you, but I'm not officially a part of what you're doing. And that's kind of how I've always been with them. I'll work with both of them and give them information, and they'll share information with me. And they've been a valuable tool and a wealth of knowledge and information for me. I feel like I made the right deals with the right people. And I've said this before: Josh Nonocchio, Albert Rosales, Barton Nunley, the NADP, the IDP, all of those different people have been a wealth of knowledge and information and stories to go by. And then, I'm willing to share with them and share encounters. And I've done that recently. The guy from Expedition X, I believe it's called, I've never seen the show, reached out to me about having witnesses. And I told him, I said, I got as many witnesses as there are sands on the beach. Now, how many of them are willing to go on TV and tell their story? I don't know. But he asked me if I could come up with a handful for whatever. And I gave him, I said, I got plenty. Just let me know. Within hours, I had at least 6 people willing to tell their story. And those were just from Michigan.
Wow.
Which was at one point a dark spot for me because the Midwest director of Michigan, I'm not going to say the name, was very hostile towards me because of my association with the late Linda Godfrey. So I went to Jody and I said, look, we have a situation here. And of course, that led to us putting a guy in charge of the Midwest who turned out to be not such a good guy. I'm not going to say his name, but that ended up creating a rift. And so I went from one person not willing to work with me into another person not willing to work with me, but the rest of the country seems to be, it was pretty whatever. So I was still able to get reports, but even Jody and Nick weren't getting reports from that region.
Oh, interesting.
And of course, we know the Midwest is where there's a bunch of stuff going on from Missouri all the way up to, it's a hot spot all the way up. You're talking the Midwest. It was like nothing. I mean, you couldn't get anything out of Michigan and Wisconsin because the director there, she was, doing what she was doing.
Keeping all the information from you.
Yeah. And then, there was another guy involved who I just recently had problems with in that war, but I'm not going to get into it. But he was siphoning information out. And then he made up some cockamamie that Texas, get this, didn't have Dogman reports inside of Texas because it was a food desert.
What?
Believe that he said that. And I'm like, look, Oogie Boogie. Okay. Texas is not a food desert. Bettina's been here. Barton Nunley's been here. They've been with me and traveled around, and I showed them the places where people have seen these things. And both of them were like, look at all the woods. No wonder they're everywhere out here. Texas is, Austin, Houston, both built into arboreal forests. And it's nothing but woods everywhere. So I said, look, you got that one little bit of West Texas out there in the Panhandle, and then up north from there is sparse, but there's a lot of hills and like small mountains where things can hide. And I told him, I said, look, even like the Haskell Rascal, that creature, which I talked about extensively recently, the story of the werewolf from Anson. And I said, look, those are the most open areas. There's still a lot of mesquite and scrub brush and stuff, but even those have reports of these creatures. So what he said and did was ridiculous. And then it all came out during this whole war that people were like lying, and there was subterfuge and there was sabotage and fraud and hoaxing and whatever, you name it, basically just a bunch of liars. And so his whole food desert thing I thought was so ridiculous. People were messaging me and they were like, what is it? 2 or 3 years ago, he said that. And I said, that's ridiculous. They don't have to go around like this in Texas and then run over to Louisiana and all pile in over there where the reports are. Baloney, absolute baloney. I said, they're all over the place. And one of the forgotten areas, that people would kind of just forget about is the West Coast, because everybody thinks of Northern California up to British Columbia as Bigfoot territory, and it is. It's a stronghold for the Squatch. But down below that, and even in some of those areas up there, dogmen are very prevalent. And I would say from Redding, that area near Redding, kind of down, a lot of dogman activity, man. We were getting a bunch of stuff, especially from the Sierra Nevadas and in Yosemite, that whole area. You were getting and everything in between, and even in the Napa Valley where the Rebobs kind of have, made their name. I've still gotten reports out of there. And so whenever I would talk about California, because it's kind of like, it's just forgotten, but that's crazy because there's a bunch of stuff going on over there. James Bartley, a guy who's a big UFO alien abductee researcher, he would be somebody to talk to because he used to live in Southern California, south of where you're at.
Yeah.
And I'll connect you with him at some point when you get back into this and you get back on the bull and you're riding again. I'll get you some people that you can talk to who will be good to witnesses that can come on your show and give you, whatever.
I really appreciate
Bartley
that.
is somebody who witnessed these things, these reptilians, dogman, all this stuff going on in these areas. Now, the area near 29 Palms is known for two different types of creatures. I've heard people say that the Marines there have seen these things. One is a desert-looking squatch type creature. They call it the Sandman. And then there's another one that looks, they said it was a squatch, but I interviewed a couple guys and no, it had a snout. Very different. And another one from Needles. Of all places, Needles. Like, what the hell is a Needles besides, no water and death? I mean, you show up in Needles, you're like, oh my God. I just ran to the dead no name.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing there.
It really isn't.
Yeah, he's like an oasis,
Yeah. I'd say one of the best dogman photos that's actually out on the internet, that's on the NADP website, is from Northern California, and it's been analyzed by photo experts, and they said it wasn't tampered with. So, I mean, you've probably seen it, Josh. It's where the hiker turns back, and it's the dogman's back walking into the tree line. Yeah, to me, that's the best photo I've seen of a dogman.
There was another one that was a video that was shown to a couple of my colleagues, and I was fortunate enough to see it, and they asked me to debunk it. I watched it about 100 times, and I'm like, I can't. I've gotten some dog crap videos people try to pass off as something. There was one from Fort Bragg, and I was like, I was like, what is this, dude? It was so bad, And I said, come on, man, you're a military guy. You give me that. I mean, and I talked to Nick about it. And Nick's like, come on, what is this guy? He talks. This guy trying to pull, try to pull us around,
That sounds like Nick.
He talks like that, Nick's like, this guy's so full. I'll slap his face, with this bull crap. But then, you get some of these reports and you're looking at them and you're going like, what is that? I can't, because your first instinct should be, it really should be, to try to debunk it.
Exactly.
You don't got to be a cynic, but you got to be a skeptic. You can't just go any old crap. Somebody, oh, hell, look at that. Whoa. That's a picture of Spider-Man. Let's put it on the wall, But no, you got to be like that, But then you come across some, and that was another one in Northern California, which was near Redding. That's why I said Redding.
Oh, okay.
And this guy who was at the MTC, like the Marine Corps MCTC, the Marine Corps Training Center, whatever. So I was there and I was doing some work. He goes, and I met this guy who was a rancher not far from there. And that's where he got the video. And he said, look, there's a video. And so this guy reached out to a guy I used to work with. And then I saw the video and I was like, holy crap. I mean, it looks like he caught something, Now, him being in such close proximity to the military base maybe spooked him. Maybe somebody talked to him, but he was not willing to allow us to put it out there. And so I respect his wishes. I did the right thing. Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes people give you an amazing story and then they're like, well, I don't want you telling that. And you're like, what? Why? That I get upset. I got upset with somebody one day. And I said, you just wasted 2 hours of my time. Okay. Yeah. I didn't say that, but I thought that. And I'm like, why do that to somebody? But like the show that I just did on Tuesday about Petra, about the demons of Petra, that person, she did the same thing at first. And she was not. And then she was like, well, I'm not, I don't feel that way because I told her that she was responsible for her own decisions in life. Like that's called being an adult, but apparently it offended her. And she was like, well, I don't feel that way. And I'm like, well, it's unfortunate because you're 70 and you should. And she got very upset with me. She's like, look, young man, I was glad she called me young man. To her, I'm a young man. I was like, yes, I'm a young man. Yes. And she was like, I don't appreciate your tone. I said, ma'am, I'm not taking a tone with you at all. I said, I'm telling you what I believe. You told me to be honest with you, and I am. I said, now people are used to pleasantries and people saying, be honest. And then when you're honest, they get offended.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want them. Then why are you telling me?
Yeah, and why tell me to be honest? Do you want me to flatter you and blow smoke up your ass, or do you want the truth? That's what I like about Nick and Jody both. They're not flatterers. They'll both just tell you this straight up, look, this is BS. This is what I think.
Straight
And they had
shooters.
no problem doing that with that dumbass who came out with the attacks from the LBO. I'm not even going to say the little bastard's name because that's what he wants, because he's starving for oxygen like a starfish out of water. But he was, those two went at him like pit bulls. And, of course, now the guy that defended him, Barton, he's attacking him.
Oh,
and
wow.
Jody, me and him talked the other day, and him and Nick both, and they're like, yeah, well, that's what happens. But, Jody was very forthcoming and honest with me during this whole war. He gave me some very pertinent information, and I what I had already suspected. And he was forgiving, even though I was angry at him, because he wouldn't make nice with Nick. But he had his reasons, and it wasn't Nick; it was the other guy. And so when that guy became the director, like everything shut down. It was like beyond what was going on before, where it was a trickle, nothing came out. And he kept saying it was because of her. It was because of her. No, it was because of him and his buddy. So that happens in these organizations, and so that's why I was like, look, this is why, and I explained to Jody, this is why I don't want to be a part of it. I'll just be around it, and I'll promote it. I'll promote you guys, but I'm not gonna be a part of it, because when you hit your wagon to something, you got to make sure that they got the best people in place. Now, there was a split. I understand philosophical differences on how to run things and do things, and I understand that. Both of them are my friends, like they are with you.
Exactly.
We both
Yeah,
kind
that's
of
why I
held the
say.
line with both of them, and I said, look, I like you both. I don't want to choose sides. I talk to both of them, pretty regularly, like you do. And we have to work together if we're going to try to get to the bottom of this. Now, another thing I do is I talk to a lot of people from the ghost community pretty regularly. I talk to a lot of people from the UFO UAP community pretty regularly. And I'm considered by some people in each community to be a very, very, very good source of information and a very decent person. And to some, I'm an absolute apostate, a heretic, and someone that should be, basically burned at the stake, because I'm doing things that they don't like. What that is bringing people from each community together, and they call it, quote unquote, muddying the waters. I call it uniting the fields of the trifecta.
I think that's a good idea, that what you're doing. That's what we need to do. That's how we're going to get answers to figure out what is a dogman, what is a Sasquatch. You got to bring the communities together. But yeah, there's going to be conflict. But then again, I'd rather have a little bit of conflict to get answers,
So, Shane, it was good talking to you, and I don't want to keep you on too long. Yeah.
I really appreciate it, brother. But yeah, definitely, I'd like to get you on as soon as I get back from this hiatus. I know you're a busy guy, but figure out some time, and we'll spend one night. And if you want to come on and talk some dogman encounters that you can collect together, I know you've said people have heard your encounter 100 times. If you want to tell your encounter, I'd love to hear your encounter, though.
Yeah, mine has been told and retold. Somebody had me tell it again. Matt Imsh.
Oh, okay.
And I told Matt, I said, do you really want me to rehash that? I mean, I can tell it again.
Yeah.
But there's a lot more out there than that. I mean, it's funny because some of these people now that are branching out into the dogman, from the UFO and ghost communities, are now asking me to tell them the story on their show. And it's funny because the UFO people are like, this was a type of alien, and I'm like, I'm not going to preface it like that because I don't know that, and then the ghost community's like, it was a spiritual, demon type thing, and you're like, I'm not going to say that because I don't know that. But I will tell my encounter to your audience who may not have heard it, like the cryptid community has,
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't label myself. When somebody asks me what we are, what we're doing, the guy who's into the ancient civilizations, ancient aliens type thing, I'm not going to say his name right now because I don't know how far we're going to go with it. But he asked me, he goes, what would you call yourself? I said, I'm a Fordian researcher. I'm a Fordian podcaster and an author. That's what I am. But I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm this or that because I don't label myself. I didn't align myself.
Like you said, you're all over. You're part of this. You're part of that. You're in every single community. You're not just sticking to one cryptid or one field. You're paranormal, UFO, cryptids, like you said, 14 researchers.
Yeah, because that's the way to be. And I believe, Shane, that the future, and I've told you this on the phone, we've talked on the phone. I'm not just saying it for the audience, but I told you this, that's the way of the future. Because if we're going to actually try to figure out what's going on and get to the bottom of this stuff, then we have to accept the truth, wherever that leads us.
Mhm.
Bartonelli, my best friend in this whole field, I can tell you right now, he says it all the time. We have to take the bitter pill and the truth wherever it goes. That's where you have to go. Sometimes your
100%.
theories and your beliefs will be completely shattered.
Mhm.
And that's just the way it is.
It's the way it is.
Yeah. But Shane, good luck to you personally, and may your team fail. That's all I can say to you.
Thank you, Josh. We'll see you next year.
Well, the Cowboys, man, I'm not putting that much hope for them, but the Texans look good. Cowboys are always like, oh, yeah, this is our year. But, dude, I will be honest. Both of our teams seem to get rooked by the refs. You know,
They
and I've
do.
noticed that is what in the hell, dude? Like,
It pisses me off, to be
oh,
honest.
it pisses me off
somebody...
too, man. Like, you know, they love to say, oh, well, y'all ain't won a Super Bowl. There was this Eagles fan on their talk because they finally won one back in whatever, 17, whatever.
Yeah.
And he said, well, neither one of y'all ain't won one in 30 years. And I'm like, well, yeah, you had to have the refs help you all year long to get you where you needed to be.
Yeah.
You know, if the refs would throw something our way, maybe we could do it, because both of them seem to get rooked pretty serious, pretty bad, you know, when it comes
quite
to
a bit. More often
yeah,
than
it was this year, it was so obvious. It was like glaringly obvious that what they were doing. And it was like the worst I've ever seen. There was a play in that Super Bowl where they gave the Chiefs a first down.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going like, what? They didn't get a first down. I'm like, what?
I saw that too. I was like, oh my goodness, is this fixed?
What is this? This bizarro world. It's like, dude, okay, we know that you're rigging it, but now y'all are just, you don't even try. You're not even trying to hide it.
You're just putting it out there. It's like we're not going to have a game, and how many times they're going to rig it, you know, or call these blatant fouls that, you know, or Nick Bosa was being held on every single play. But
dude, that's how Micah Parsons is too.
Every single play.
Every play they get held, both of them, and you're just like, you know what? They're you know, I can tell you this. I don't like the Niners as a team, but they've had a lot of players over the years that I really liked. And I used to really hate Steve Young because you guys got us in that 94 NFC Championship. It was played in 95, but it's for the 94 season.
94 season, yeah.
Yeah, and I just could not stand Steve Young. But now I like him. Like, I love to watch him talk, and he's him and Jerry Rice. I like both those guys, man.
You guys had our numbers in 93, 94, so back-to-back NFC championships. We had to go out and get Ken Norton Jr. and Deion Sanders just to beat. So
to beat us. But you know, you look at those guys now, and they're all friends. They don't hate each other. There's no
exactly.
blood.
They leave it all on the field. It's a game, and it's like you said, outside they've retired. They all go have a beer or just hang out, go golfing, or do something together. They're friends. They leave it on the field.
I could tell you some of my favorite Niners too, like Brent Jones.
Brent Jones
was awesome, and Tom Rathman.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Rathman and Bill Romanowski. Those guys. Those are some of the
best.
Guy was
a headhunter.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give props where props are due. You know, Jerry Rice. I mean, good gosh, dude, those guys were amazing, and they had some great teams over the years, and of course, Montana.
Oh, of course.
Montana will always be one of my top 5 favorite quarterbacks. I love that guy. It was amazing, you know.
You guys had the triplets, though. The triplets got you guys 3 Super Bowls in 4 years, and that hasn't been really done. Oh, it seems like it's every 20 years it happens. Look at the Patriots in the early 2000s. Now we got the Chiefs that are doing this little dynasty. But it was really, if you look at it, the Cowboys were the ones that started the triplets.
Yeah, when you look at Ronnie Lott, Corey Cole just said Ronnie Lott, unbelievable. The guy gets part of his pinky amputated, and he goes back out there and continues to play. And they're like, hey, you're going to have to get your finger cut off or whatever. I don't know if it was his pinky or if it was his middle or his ring.
Yeah, it was one of his fingers. I know that.
And he got it amputated and went back out there and played. And you're just like, you win, dude. You win. I mean,
if that happened in today's game, the guy would be on IR out for the season. You know?
Oh, yeah, he'd be done. He'd be like, I got carpal tunnel, very painful. I can't walk out there.
Right.
You know,
no, I agree.
Yeah. The whole LeBron thing, I think he just turned everything into, you know, when people try to question MJ and LeBron, I said MJ played hurt.
Oh, yeah.
Period. I'm not going to say.
MJ's also won 3 straight championships and all never missing a game. LeBron takes days off when he just, you know, my legs hurting. You know?
Yeah, he's got to take Excedrin and Midol and whatever.
Drink some wine too. I know LeBron likes to drink his wine.
He's down there on the sidelines with his Chardonnay. Come on. Yeah, I was even mad when I heard he was a Cowboys fan. I said, dude, I don't want him being a Cowboys fan. Go, I was happy when I heard Denzel was, but when I heard he was, I was like, I don't want him.
Right.
I tell you what I thought was funny though is when the Eagles, when your team this year went into Philadelphia and destroyed them. I was laughing so hard, dude, because it was so funny. They were talking so much trash and screaming and yelling at the fans. And Jerry Rice goes out into the field and starts lifting up his Super Bowl rings, and the crowd's booing him. And he's like, "What? What?" And I've never seen Jerry Rice act like that, but I think he was just so sick of the trash talk.
He took it
personally.
personally.
He went out there and was showing everybody his rings, and I was laughing. And then when they got smacked, I was like, "Oh man!" And of course, Chris Kramer, he's a good friend of mine, researcher, good guy. Been on the show, and Chris is like he's a big Eagles fan.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris.
So mad. And then we beat their ass too. So he was pissed,
Yeah, that was a good game. You guys slaughtered them. So I was like, hey, that's another one in the coffin.
What was crazy though is like they started off like a house on fire, then they became a smoldering wreck. Like what happened?
That's what Jason Kelsey said in his retirement speech yesterday, where he's in tears. Like this is the biggest, fallout in organization's history. They start 10-1 and then drop to 1-6. So the Niners, after the Niners lost, they showed the blueprint on how to beat the Philadelphia Eagles, and look at it really happened. I mean, Debo even dressed in all black for their funeral is what he called it. And he lit them up. But I remember watching it from the hospital because my daughter was born the day before. So pretty fitting.
Well, the NFC Championship the year before, everybody was trash talking, and I kept saying, because the quarterback, they're like, oh, we would have beat him either way. I'm like, no, you wouldn't have. I'm telling you, that's why you won that game. They were a better team, though, last year. But I said it would have been a different game. I'm not saying the Niners would have won, but it would have been a different game because
closer game.
Football.
Yeah.
And I said, you probably would have lost that game, but they didn't want to admit it. I said, whatever, believe what you want.
Philly fans are too prideful. They won't admit that at all. So, I mean, to take out two of our quarterbacks and where we had to have our running back taking snaps under center, I mean, come on. We can't play. We need a quarterback at least.
Well, and then all these idiots talking crap about, oh, the Niners have lost the 3 Super Bowls, whatever. I'm like, at least they went.
Yeah,
at least they made it. Hell, my team can't even get there. And I said, look, I'm not going to talk any mess about that. And then when they talk about Purdy, I've defended him, and and like I said, being on Facebook and fighting with people is pointless. But I'm like, that guy's he's not just a system quarterback.
No, who takes their team in their first full season as a starter to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I don't care how good of a system it is. You and I couldn't go out there and do what he did.
Yeah,
it's like they're like, it's a system. I can do this. Let's go out for a pass. Like, no, come on, let's be honest. People just don't want to call a spade, and they want everything to be a certain way. But we'll see what happens next year, right, Shane? We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see next year. Hey, Josh, I really appreciate you having me on tonight, brother. It was a blessing and an honor, and I'll talk to you real soon.
Yeah. All right, Shane, I'll see you.
All right, take care, brother.
Bye-bye. Somebody says I'm it's Chicago, so can't be a Bears fan. Why is that? Let's see here, folks. Before I bail, let me give you a little information. I just believe in what's right is right and wrong is wrong. Yes, Larry Fisher. I didn't want to say his name. You're exactly right. Here on this show, I don't name a lot of people. I just don't. What is Miss Me talking about? I apologize. Feel like I overstepped my bounds. What did you mean here? What do you mean? So Joe, let me give you a quick link. You want to talk about your show? Are you still in the chat? Let me send you a link. That's the cool thing about using StreamYard, which I'm going to start doing more of, because the guys are working all the time, and so it's just like much easier for me to do this format. I'll give you a quick promo here. If you're still in the chat, Joe's got a new show out. So I wanted to let him drop the information to you guys. So many people coming up with shows nowadays. It's hard to keep up, but he's a friend of mine. So let me see if I can get him. Let me see if I can get the link onto him. So Joe, I sent it to you. If you're still listening, I don't know if you are, but if you are, I sent you the link to your messenger. Thank you, Glades. I appreciate that. Yeah, there's the link to Joe's channel. So I was going to let him come on if he wants to for a few minutes and talk about it. And he can talk about what he's got going on, what they're doing. I like to promote other people's shows. People have criticized me for that. They said, "Why are you promoting? There's not enough time." And people have said it snarkily and they've said it seriously, like how there's not enough time to watch all these other people's shows and it's taken away from your views or whatever. But I'm not doing this for views and for notoriety or to make money or anything like that. I keep sitting on the edge of this chair. I need to like move forward. There we go. I just think that we're all working together. Aren't we supposed to be all working together? Correct me if I'm wrong, but all these people who are just like me, mine, and then they'll get someone's story and somehow that becomes their story and then they're copywriting it or trademarking it or whatever. How the hell are you going to, unless it's your story that it happened to you, how does that work? How does that work? It doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand how somebody can do that. If it's not yours, if somebody gave it to you, how are you able to copyright it and say that that's that's not your work, unless it is your work and you AI generated it? That's the only way that would work, right? That's the only way that happens. No, Larry. No, Larry. What it was is I was thanking you for posting the guy's name. I didn't want to say his name on here because I promised my wife that I wouldn't, because I don't want to get into it with this guy. This guy he needs help. What he needs. And I don't mean like just mental help. What I mean is he needs help to get back into becoming relevant. And in order to stay relevant, he wants to be relevant. And how do you be relevant? Well, the best way to do it is to have somebody talk about you, right? And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be the guy to talk about him. Hang on one second, folks. I'm eating my Quest M&Ms. Well, they're not M&Ms, but they're like healthy M&Ms. But not as sweet. I don't like a lot of sugar anyway. It's really bad for you. The animals are gathered at the door, rioting, trying to get in here. Before I go, is there anything anybody here wants to talk about? Anything you want to say? All I got going on tonight is basically just going and doing my guard checks and going to the gym. So if somebody wants to talk. Yeah, Larry, you were just pointing out the guy who's been attacking me and Barton. He attacked Hellbent Holler recently, and it's not like he's of any importance. He just needs attention, which I'm not going to do. There he is, Joe Breezy. What's up, man?
Wolf, how you doing, brother?
How's it going?
It's going, man. It's going.
What's happening this weekend with the South by? You got anything happening?
Nah, man. We had a couple gigs lined up, but certain things fell through. We're gonna do try and get this come and take it live show with Shaggy 2 Dope, so we actually kind of put all of our funds into that instead of doing the South by. But
So tell the audience, because you were at my conference and you're obviously, I spent some time with you and talking to you, and we had a great time at the conference. But tell the audience what you got going on about your show and what y'all do and what you tell us about it.
Right on. So, yeah, I was originally doing for like the last 2 months. I started doing this podcast with Strange Days Live.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty dope that we were doing a bunch of good stuff. It was me and 2 other co-hosts. It was kicking it. We were doing it. The main dude, he's originally from Chile, so he rolled down there for like, I want to say like 2 weeks. So me and the other dude kind of took over, kind of switched up the format a little bit. When he got back, he's kind of swings one way, we kind of swing the other. And he was like, nah, I kind of want it to be like an Art Bell kind of thing. So we're like, cool, switch it back to the old format. And so me and the other dudes started doing our own show, started picking up subscribers and stuff. And, there was just certain creative differences about it. No hate, no judgment, no nothing like that. Great show. And Mickey G was on it all the time. It was cool. But I just realized that I had to like start finding my own path about it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Start doing, because if I'm doing it if I'm gonna actually try to do it, then I need to be bringing in the numbers that I know that are from what I'm saying, not from, a group thing. You know what I mean? With groups, but bands normally start out as a regular band and then they do super groups, and that's how you can bring the fame in. But if you start out as a super group, then who knows what's being liked, in their content. So I opened my own. I invested. I got me a whole new studio.
I saw that.
Yeah. Right now I'm on the phone because my studio is not hooked up to my Facebook, so I'd have to actually go through like my either email or through YouTube or whatever. But I do have the professional mic. I got my mixer board. I got all my sound system, and I finally figured out. I was having a loop through my audio for the last 2 weeks, and I finally figured it out last night. So,
what do you guys talk about? Tell the audience what you talk about.
Well, I do a bunch of things like on the other shows. Basically, the way it was formatted was they would have like current news, like current, what would you call it? Conspiracy theories, like about what's going on, blah blah blah. But then I'd bring more like kind of like what you do, more like investigations. So I was doing like angiology, some demonology about it, like the ranks, the higher rankings, the hierarchs of angels.
Wow.
I was doing some pieces on Agartha.
Oh wow.
Yeah, stuff like that. Like the more I wouldn't call it mythological, but not so mainstream current type of subjects. So I was going on, but then I'd also do like stuff like the murder hotel in Chicago back in the, what was that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. For H.H. Holmes.
H.H. Holmes, Budget.
Yeah. I even did one on the UT Tower dude, man. Yeah. Like I did a whole big long one on him, like about an hour-long piece on him. That's
a really big subject. A lot of people are into that murder and intrigue. And I've been on a few different shows when people talking about serial killers and murderers and things like that. And it's not like my main, obviously not my main subject, but it's in my wheelhouse. I know a lot about it. H.H. Holmes, that's an interesting subject. He actually built that during the World's Fair, Chicago World's Fair. And you read about what he did, and there's a book about it called Devil in the White City.
Yeah.
And so when you read about what he did, and I never even finished reading that book, I've read all kinds of other things, but you start to learn that what he did was like so insidious and so insane. People were checking into this hotel and they weren't checking out. And back then it was like, there were all these people that had come in for the World's Fair, and he built that with trap doors and windowless rooms, and so that he could pipe gas.
Yeah, exactly.
Unbelievable what he did.
But it's crazy. He didn't even get busted out in Chicago. He got busted when he came to Texas and started messing.
Yeah. He went to Fort Worth.
Fort Worth, the Grapevine area. And that's when they were like, all right, we've seen enough of this.
Time to take care of this guy, And then the guy he had that was completely loyal to him and helped him, he whacked him too. I mean, complete and total sociopath.
Yeah. And Charles Whitman, I did one on him, which is crazy because a lot of people don't understand about like the distance from the UT Tower to like certain parts of Guadalupe and even south of Mars. Actually, and
he had a brain tumor, which
that's what
contributed to that. And I believe he used an M14 carbine, didn't he?
He used a whole arsenal. Yeah, but M14 was part of it. He also used a shotgun for upstairs. He used the M8. He literally went and put out $800. And back in 1960, what was that?
A lot of money.
66. Yeah. He put like $800 in credit to the local hardware, which used to sell guns and stuff, to them, so that he could actually pull it. He had over 700 rounds of ammunition. Like, he was ready to stay up there. He had Vaseline for his skin so he wouldn't get sunburned. Like, he was planning on being up there for a long, long time, not just the few hours that he was actually there. So but I don't pigeonhole any of my subjects into that. Like, I still do the cryptids. I'm actually going to get my mom to try to do like one day a week with me, because she's fully fluent in Hebrew.
Wow.
And so I'm going to get her to like break down, like, because like certain Bible passages and stuff, when you're talking about Hebraically written, or even Aramaically written, there's multiple meanings to each one of them. Like, so when it says like God has a long nose, in Hebraic, it actually pertains to him having a long amount of patience with us. It's not like a physical nose, but whenever you read it in like a New Testament, or I mean, not a New Testament, but a new version of the Bible, that's how it translates. But that wasn't the original intent to it. So I want to bring her brain in on it, so that we can actually break down some like root words and get into where, because I always used to say the Bible is 2020, 2020 vision. You read 20 verses above and 20 verses below the verse that you're talking about. And that's how you know who they're talking to and what they're talking about. You can't just go blah, blah, blah. Well, it said blah, blah, blah. Well, is he talking to the Levites? Who's he talking? Like, what are we talking to? So I kind of want to break stuff like that down. I want to enclose the cryptid world is also. I already talked to Matt and Barton. I'm going to try to get them on some pieces. They're both about it. You as well, no doubt, just to expand the horizons of where the channel goes, because I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to get pigeonholed,
Well,
And I'm sorry if the audio is messed up. Like I said, I'm on my phone, so.
yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing, if you're doing a little bit of everything, at first it may be kind of hard for people to jibe with it, because they're like, I'm tuning in and I like what he's saying. But then the next time you're saying something else, we had that same problem starting out, but I just kept with it. And eventually people will stick around, because a lot of people like the idea that they don't know what they're going to get. It's heavily cryptid, dogman, whatever, but I do a lot of ghosts, a lot of UFOs. And if you ever want somebody to talk about true crime, I know a lot about that subject too. I can pretty much talk about any subject that you can throw out there, and I can usually. Yeah. There's not a subject that I'm going to be like lost on. You know what I mean?
Right. Now, me and you're very like-minded in that area. We both got a lot of diversity as far as not kicking anything out of bed, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And because people like us, I believe, we're just all around expanding everything, and so we're learning. Like, you can pick one book up, start to get 3 chapters into it, and then before you know it, you're picking another book up, and you're chapters into that one. You know what I mean?
I read about 6 or 7 at a time, man. Yeah.
Same area. Exactly.
That's what you got to do. Joe, let me ask you a question though. How does your mother know Hebrew? How does she know Hebrew?
So I was born and raised Catholic. My mom raised me that way up until a young age. I went to catechism, all that stuff.
Yeah.
When I got when my brother was born, he was born with a severe what would you call it, handicap, flip chromosome. So he was basically terminal. And my mom actually, she started just looking for different religions and looking for the right passage and stuff. So we went from being Catholic to Methodist to agnostic to, so it was kind of like a long journey. And then when I was about, I'd say driving age, maybe 16, 17 years old, she discovered Messianic Judaism.
Mm-hmm.
So we became, well, I don't know, or we became Messianic Jews, so we're like, we're breaking challah and, celebrating, Pesach instead of, Passover or Easter. And so she just like kept with it. Even that one turned out to be a little weird. It kind of got cultish. So she was like, I'm going to just go ahead, because she has a belief that, and I don't know how exactly it's grounded. I'd have to ask her. But so even Hispanics, so like if your mom's last name ends with a Z, you're actually part of Sephardic Judaism, because the 12 tribes of Judea, right? So one of them is Sephardic Jews. And Sephardic Jews are supposedly, I don't know how she tracked it down, so don't quote me on it, but that's supposed to be like Hispanics that have last name with Z, but it goes through the mother's lineage, just like in the begots in Matthew, how it first goes through Mary's lineage and then it goes to lineage. So there's like a thing that pertains to that, and that's a whole different story. Anyway, I don't want to get it. But so yeah, she came into this realization she's Sephardic Jewish, and she just wanted to get closer and closer to it. So she started studying, the Torah hardcore, the Tanakh, and also as well as the New Testament. And so, dude, I went like, man, maybe 6 years on Jewish dietary law. Like I didn't eat shrimp. I didn't eat bacon. I learned how to like make turkey bacon taste like regular bacon. Like that's how long I was on it. So she went to school for it and started studying with a bunch of big rabbis like over the internet, and went to a university and just started really learning it. So every time I come up into a part, because I'm like on the same path as you, and like in a lot of ways. So she almost kind of like disowned me whenever I was questioning if certain parts of the Old Testament are really, the Yahshua. I mean, not Yahshua, but Jehovah and the Yahweh, if they were like actually different deities pretending to be God themselves, because like, what does God want with 1/3 of the gold and 1/3 of the virgins and 1/3 like, that's not the I am that I know that my Christ, talks about, you know what I mean? Or, some of that stuff just doesn't. So, but she's very old school Hebraic. And so she's, no, what that actually means is blah, 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 blah. So I'm like, all right, man, that's cool. Kind of like the same thing as the dog man thing that I was saying. She's like, what are you talking about? A dog man? There's no dog man. And I'm like, werewolf dude. And she's like, oh, I've seen one of those. It was chasing our van down. We were on I-35 West going to Fort Worth. She's like, 8 of us saw it. And I'm like, see, I'm not crazy, Ma. And she's actually currently reading both of your books right now.
Wow.
And yeah, my pops, my stepdad, he's actually reading Barton's Inhumanoids.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, I kind of turned them.
So you guys studied Gnosticism. That's interesting because I've studied all of that, and what you're talking about is the difference between kind of what she is or was and being a Messianic Christian is that they study the Pentateuch
Yeah,
as
yeah,
opposed to the Torah. Yeah, and the Pentateuch. Now, people say, "What's the difference?" Well, the difference is really just the name, but the Torah, if it's written read in Hebrew, is sort of a sing song. The way it's written, it's kind of
yeah,
like the verses. Same thing with the Quran. It's kind of melodic if it's spoken
right,
in the correct Arabic tone, just like
yeah,
in Hebrew. But there are different dialects, and so there is one true, the ancient Hebrew dialect, which is actually based. And people go crazy when I say this, but it's the truth. It's based in a sort of, well, I guess what some people would claim Persian,
yeah.
Sumerian translation spliced with Hebrew. That is the actual way that it, because it was written
It was
after their
written after,
captivity.
right, after the
Yeah.
Persian Empire took over
Hmm.
Jerusalem, and that's when they spent so many years there that the language that they lost their original language to Hebraic. So, and then when King Cyrus freed them all, by the time they
Hmm.
got it became like this muddled, and that's where you get Aramaic from, because Aramaic was one of the 13 languages that
Yep.
uh, Persian Empire held. So yeah, exactly. No, I know exactly what you mean. It's and I pull that a lot. I tell her that a lot, and it's harder to teach an older individual.
Yeah, you can't. That's the, yeah, because when Cyrus freed them, I mean, you're talking about 500 years before Christ.
Right, right,
And so they had 500 years of this is quote unquote the way it is. And when Jesus came and said, okay, this isn't the way I believe it is. And then, but then they
right,
said, well, you're not the son of God. And he said, you're correct. I am not your father's son. He goes,
right.
your father is not
Yeah,
my father. Your father is Shaitan.
you do
And
not
you're of
worship
the, yeah.
the same
Hmm.
that I worship, right? Because that's the Hasatan or the Shaitan.
Hmm.
Yeah, he was talking. They were worshiping Moloch and Baal. Basically, they were
Baal
worshiping.
and Moloch, yeah. Father
Yeah,
and son of the evil trinity.
yeah,
Yeah. And so whenever you go back into the Pentateuch and you read about it, of course, that was sort of given over to the Greek Orthodoxy, and then it becomes its own sort of religion. And then, of course, the Christian church, they claimed the roots in Catholicism, but it was actually a spinoff of Orthodoxy, which was in the Byzantine of the Eastern Roman Empire
yeah.
of Byzantium. And then, of course, it didn't really go much further because of the encroachment of Islam in 600s. People,
Right.
they lose the whole history thing. And me and you, Joe, we've talked about this some at the conference. It's very, very, very interesting. And it's interesting that you have, and now that you've said that on this show, people should go and check you out because you're not a dummy. You're not a
Right.
dummy. You know what you're talking about. Yeah. And I know some people like they may be put off because you got the tats and you wear the contacts, whatever, but don't let that fool you, folks. He's a smart guy.
Yeah.
Some people though, they judge books by their cover. Don't do that.
Right. And on my show, I do have fun. I'm not excessive about cursing, but I do curse. Like I recently redid an old short story, a horror story that I wrote in like 2004 and kind of narrated. I was playing with my video editor for the first time, and so it was actually just trying to put a piece up. But like, no, if I get into especially religious or serious subjects, I maintain a seriousness about it. If I'm just BSing, then I'm fine with BSing, and just hanging out. Like I did a show with one of the other co-hosts from the other show, and it was just us, just what do you call it, throwing the bull, around,
Yeah.
and
Going around the horn, as they say.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And so but if I'm dead serious on a subject and I'm really doing research and actually doing an investigation, then I try to keep it professional as possible, because that's what people are tuning in for that show. You know, if people just want to listen to a BS show and put it in their headphones while they're at work and laugh and be like, dude, these guys are crazy, or this dude, you know, I don't know what he's talking funny. That's cool too, you know.
So you got to get like all the people that ended up at the conference. You got to get all them on the show. You got to get Garetano on there and Pinocchio, and just have them come on and talk to them.
Yeah, I'm in talks with Pinocchio. And I'm in talks with Pinocchio, Matt Imch, Barton. Yeah, trying to communicate and network with all them, and not just for the fact of networking. Like I actually consider them friends and peers. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I don't know them. Like, well, Matt Imps, like me and him are like boys. You know what I mean? But I'm not pretending like I know him for clout or any crap like that. To me, it's I find them interesting, and I find them to be real individuals, just like yourself, and so I consider it this kind of a family. You know what I mean? So I'm not I'm not I'm not doing it for any kind of motive. I just think that, like you were saying earlier, you know, we start, you know, getting rid of these muddy waters and start cleaning it up and actually start flowing together like one good sized river. You know, like nothing can stop it. You know, it's too long that we've been put into these different ponds. We got these great minds and these great people that have these great stories and encounters and investigations that actually do all this stuff, and we're put into these segregational pools. You know, if we all, you know, just like anything, if we all stand up and come together, then we could be the mighty Mississippi, you know what I mean? Or the Nile, you know, unstoppable, you know. So that's how, you know, that's how I see the whole thing coming to fruition.
When do you go on the air, Joe?
I don't have a set pattern right now. So I was doing it every friggin' night. Like literally. We were doing live shows every night, 3 to 4 hours a night. And I was getting burnt out. And that was really why I kind of broke away from the shows. Because, you know, it's like it's one thing if one cat's reading current news and what's going on in the US, it's easy to come up with a topic every day because it's right on the news. So, but that leaves me going with, what am I going to talk about today? Like Agartha, you know, Dogman, Bigfoot, and see, especially when it comes to the cryptid community, that whole navigation actually only goes so far without having the same end to it. You know, so like if you want to talk Dogman, one day, you know, Bigfoot the next, Loch Ness the next, you know, yada yada yada. You're going to come to the end conclusion is always going to be the same. It's going to be a mystery. It's going to be a we don't know, but some people have seen it. Some people believe it. Some people don't. You know, that kind of a thing. So the end game on all those are pretty much like the same. So if you talk about one branch of the same tree at the whole time, then you're going to come to the leaf. You know what I mean? So then you go, okay, well, I'll switch it up. Go to H.H. Holmes, go to crime investigation, or go to Agartha or flat earth or whatever. So it comes hard to come with the topic. So what I really wanted to disassociate myself and bring myself into focus on is actually being able to spend enough time, do the right investigations like you do your stories, and concentrate it, and then bring it and present it to the people in a formidable fashion to where it's not half a knowledge, you know what I mean? So where it's actually, you know, a thought about process, not just off the cuff, You know, you can only shoot from the hip for so long before you start missing targets. You know what I mean? So I don't have a plan to answer the long answer to your short question. But I'm trying to do it at least 2 to 3 times a week. So I guess the best thing I could say is hit that notification bell. And if you see me coming on, I'll usually give it a couple hours to resonate, as far as the fact that it'll say, "Hey, Joe Breeze is coming on live," or posting a piece here in a minute. You know. Yeah.
What inspired you to start doing all of this? Like, why podcasting, and why now?
Well, actually, it was kind of a man. That's a good question, Wolf. So, as you know, a lot of people probably don't, but I did music for 20 freaking years. So, whenever I got out of that, the detachment was kind of depressing about it, you know, like just not speaking to people in a public manner, you know, even though it was music, it was still part of a message I was trying to give to people. And then I just kind of gave up, you know. I was like, man, forget it. I'm just gonna hermit in my own hole in the middle of the country and do nothing and not be a part of the public anymore. And then my brother, who recently passed right before the convention, he was like pushing me. He was like, "No, dude, you got to do something. You got to do something," you know. And whenever I started talking to people about, like, because I was watching your stuff and Barton's and Josh Nanokio, and I got filled with knowledge about it. So whenever I'd be hanging around drinking beers with homies or whatever, I'd be like, "Oh, you." And I've always kind of been like that, you know, like even back in the day when the fake moon landing, and you know, I'll just be like, "You know what, man, blah 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 blah." So he was like, "Yeah, man, you should," you know, and I was like, "Oh, I don't know," you know. And then after he passed, I was kind of like just sitting there watching these shows, and people were hitting me up, and they're like, "Oh, have you heard about this? You heard about blah 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 blah?" And they're like, "Dude, you should do your own thing, man. You know all this, you know." And I'm like, "Yeah." And one of my main homies, he wanted me to do Bible topics because he was actually even last night discussing Matthew 7, and he was talking about how my daughter, you know, like, what do you think on that, blah blah blah, and I told him, he's like, "See, you should have just did a show on that, right? Could have killed it." And I was like, yeah, all right, yeah. I was like, yeah, that's kind of why I started trying this, but at this point, I still don't have. I ain't got a front. I ain't got too much confidence about it, just because it's just like any new territory. You know, you move into a new neighborhood, you don't know your neighbors, you don't know the streets, you know what I mean? You still kind of, but just like anything, I think I'll grow into it and find my footing and be able to navigate my path a little bit more clearly.
Or you could be like I was telling Shane earlier. I just try not to talk to my neighbors. That's just because I'm probably a weirdo to them. If they know that I'm doing whatever, they're probably going to be like, "What's up with this guy?"
Yeah.
You know?
No, but yeah, no. I mean, in this support group that we have here, within all of us, I was just using the neighborhood as a analogy, but yeah, I think that I think it's a good spot for me. I just need to find my skin, if that makes sense. You know, find my skin and get comfortable in it and be able to be the best that I can be about presenting the things that I feel and that I know to the people around me. You know, because that's all we can do, right?
So is Glade's creature is he says something about you'll find confidence cousin. Do you know him?
Who what?
I don't know who he's talking to. Glade's creature. He's somebody that's in the chat. I was wondering if you knew who he was. I don't know who he's talking to, but he called somebody a cousin.
Oh no, I saw him earlier. I think I think that Julie chick or something is his cousin or something. I saw.
Okay. Yeah. So having grown up the way you did and learning about the different things, like we talked about the Pentateuch, how does that affect you religiously now? Like you said, you don't totally agree with your mother, but what do you feel now? Like, how do you feel about where you're at? And
Well, I feel okay. Let me put it this way first. The way I feel about it is just like anything that I've always felt. I'm continuously on a quest for God's true word about what I need to understand, to inherit from His word and take in from what His actual message to myself is. The scariest part about it is because like I'm literally a card carrying minister, so I have no problem like marrying people or doing funerals or stuff like that. But whenever you talk about the preaching aspect or the teaching of God's word to people, to me personally, it's a very slippery slope, because if you're perceiving it wrong and you send out the wrong message and people aren't doing their own homework and they're just listening to you, as far as you're their only thread to the other side, and if you're doing them an injustice, that's on you. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not just saying that just because it is on me. It's because everyone should do their own. You should look up your own stuff. You should look. It's just like believing something on Wikipedia. You know what I mean? Do your own research, do your own homework, find out what's really real, and don't just believe somebody who's saying something. But if I do come across people that are just going to take my word for it or my belief for it, then I feel a certain responsibility as far as sending them the wrong belief system or the wrong word or the wrong ideology. But so my personal stance on it is I would say I'm still in the original Judeo-Christian aspect of it. I just have certain questions about things that I'm reading that just don't make sense, that
yeah,
I'm seeing loopholes in,
yeah,
like I
that's
was
what
saying.
happens.
Yeah. Like the I am doesn't bother himself with, he created the heavens and the universe. He doesn't bother himself with petty, you know what I mean? Like, okay, like even in one of my biggest ones is the book of Job, right? So the book of Job, if you boil it down into the absolute basis of the story, the Hasatan and Joshua, I mean, not Joshua, but Yahweh basically have like an argument over, oh, well, I bet if your boy didn't have everything so good, then he would turn against you. And he's like, nah, I bet you wouldn't. Like, why would he even buy? I know crackheads that'll be like, man, I'll bet you $5. And I'm like, dude, I'm not even betting you, dude. I'm like, get out of my face, bro. I don't even have to,
Yeah.
I ain't got to deal with you, dude. Like, just go on, get.
Well, the book of Job, that's an interesting one because it actually predates Genesis.
Yeah.
And I said to someone one day that it was written in Arabic, and then they started arguing. I think it was Jason McLean. He said, no, it's not actually written in Arabic. Yeah, it is actually. I didn't want to argue with him about it. He's a good friend, and he does know a lot about theology. But when it came to that, he doesn't. He's one of those people, like, And there's certain people like this. They want to accredit everything to the Hebrew.
Right.
And I understand that, but that's not reality. The reality is they kind of stitched everything together, and then they took multiple gods and they turned them into one God.
Right. Right.
And when you say that, people's collective heads explode and they get so mad. In particular, my friend Larry Fisher, who's in the chat. Larry, you know I love you. We don't agree on the Old Testament. That's fine. But I know the truth. I know the truth. I'm sorry. I've read too much and I've studied too much and I've gone too deep into this subject. And so, there are people who want to keep the the KJV as the absolute word, and that's fine. I mean, like you were talking about Matthew 7, I know what that is, and that's basically about judging people, not judge lest you be judged, whatever. So I'm not going to attack people for their views and their beliefs because it literally, you just said that. We just talked about that. And I don't do a lot of this on my show. When I talk about something in the Bible, I don't just quote the scripture from it. And there's two reasons. One main reason is that I don't want to go off being like, oh, he's a religious know-it-all. So, and the second reason, and this is the truth, because it may make people open up their Bible to go and look it up themselves. And when they look it up themselves, they will find what they're looking for. And so there's method to the madness. And I tell people that I could memorize scriptures, and whatever. But I'm not that person. I'm not going to do that because there's a lot of other people out here in this field that are doing that. And they're using that as a tool, as a weapon even. And I think it's wrong. I think that I think I've shown enough to people to know that I'm not an official scholar in any shape or form, but I do know what I'm talking about when it comes to these subjects. Having just spent any spare time I had reading and studying them, but that comes with a price. I don't sleep a lot. I sleep about 4 or 5 hours a night. But when you only sleep 5 hours a day, you have 19 hours to do a lot of stuff. So I commit about 12 hours a day, 12 to 16 hours a day to work. I am a workaholic by the definition. And then the other 2 or 3 hours I have, a lot of times are spent reading and doing studying, and I try to incorporate my time with my wife into my work and whatever we're doing. And some days she just tells me, look, we have to not do stuff. We need to just be together and go and have time to ourselves and let's enjoy our lives. And I don't know why I do it. I don't. I think it's just because I feel like it needs to be done because other people aren't doing it. So it is refreshing to see that someone like you comes along and you're like me. You're a generalist personality. I knew that from when we first had the first conversation, the first night of the conference. And I thought, this is a guy who, when you first came up with the podcast, I thought, you're smart. I had a long conversation with you. And I remember, even though you were drinking that night because it was an after party, and you were still very cognizant and you were saying some very intelligent things that didn't slow you down. And I thought, this guy, when you started to do what you're doing, I thought it was a very good idea because you do know a lot about a lot. And we need more people who have studied it and who have been around it. One of the things that I learned from hanging out with Ken Gerhard, he's a good friend of mine. A lot of people know him as his TV personality. They know him as the guy who is a cryptid guy and he writes books and he's had a show, whatever, blah, blah, blah. One thing I know him as is a person who has been, by his own mother, was taken to study almost every major religion on earth. Or not almost, but almost every religion. He's been around it. He's been in like temples and Buddhist temples. He's been in mosques. He's been exposed to all the different religions, yet he's still not religious. And people have knocked him for that. And I said, look, if he was someone who had not been exposed to this and was just very closed-minded and decided to be an atheist, that would be one thing. But he's not an atheist. He's more of an agnostic, but also he believes in the energy and the power of the universe and everything else, but he doesn't believe in religion. Right. Now, I don't believe the way he believes, but I believe that he has that right, even if he hadn't been exposed to all that, but he was. And so when someone is exposed to that much of religion and chooses to abstain from it, that does say something. And now
Yeah.
I'm not saying that we should all not be religious, but I am not a religious person. I have
I'm
studied all the major religions, but I'm a follower of the words of Christ.
exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
wherever that may lead. And sometimes it leads to places that, to the traditional KJV reader, follower, it may become uncomfortable because it will take you out of your comfort zone. And then you'll be like, well, I really believe in what Peter and Paul said, and I'm not going to buy into the Gnostic, this and that. And so I tell people, I don't want to take away from the Bible, but I want to add to what it is, what it's saying, because, and I don't mean to add to the Word of God, because I think that not all of the Word of God is there.
No.
It's missing. And the Old Testament, which I think is incorrectly hitched to the New Testament, in my personal belief, and this is what I absolutely believe, and I will say this on the show, at the risk of offending people, I believe the truth is the truth. You don't sugarcoat it. You don't lie about it. Those two books should be separate. And that's just how I believe. And in fact, I believe each book stands on its own. Now, if you want to put them together, that's fine. But what the church did was not a favor to us. No.
No.
They took the books that they thought would fit in better with their own narrative that they were spinning.
Right.
And so they put the Bible together to fit, to make it into one long congruous story, which it really isn't. It really is not.
Also not.
Yeah. And though we see that now in certain organizations, there's a very large UFO organization who's kind of like held sway for a long time, and they only want to take certain reports of certain things that will fit a certain narrative. Now, right, wrong, or indifferent, they're kind of the power. There's another one in the Bigfoot field. And one of the guys has a very large show, and everybody loves the guy. He's on TV, and he does that. They do that. And some of the people who have left that organization have said, look, they take reports and they wipe a lot of it, and then they reconstruct it to fit a narrative.
Absolutely.
But that's what it is. And so until we can have these real discussions without the money being involved, and one of the things that I have been accused of is coming into this field as a grifter to get money. No, I know a lot of frauds, liars, hoaxers, fakers, and grifters. I'm not one of them, because I didn't get into this because I didn't need the money. I did not ask for the money because I didn't need it.
Right.
Okay. Now, that being said, the further along I go in this, the more I do need funds, because I have to buy certain things and do certain things. And the further up you get, the more you have to spend to keep things going or to make them better.
Right.
But I've never come on my show and said, hey, I'm going to entertain you and give me some money. That's not what I've done. And I got into this to find the answers and to get close as I could, to the truth. I don't want to fight too close to the sun like Icarus and your wings melt. But you know what I mean? You have to be, cognizant of where you're at and where you're headed. And I think that there's a serious disconnect in a lot of people who think that everybody is grifting and everybody's frauding and everybody's doing this because they want to be seen or show themselves. That's not the case.
No.
And if I didn't have the knowledge, I wouldn't be talking about it.
Right. Yeah. I'm not sitting up here playing freaking I don't know, Roblox or something and having everyone go, oh dude, look at me, I just shot 40 people. No, but no, it's you're absolutely right, man. And I was actually talking to my buddy about this the other day. It's so weird how in Catholicism, when you're talking about we forgive our trespasses and those who trespass against us, you know what I mean? Like that's oral in like Catholic. Like, so when I was growing up Catholic with my grandma, right, that when you do the what's that, the Lord's Prayer, right, we forgive our trespasses and those who trespass against us. And any actual Bible that you look into, except for, I think I found one, and it was called like the new, it wasn't King James, but it was like the New James Bible or something. It was written in 1509, but in NIV, in King James Version, and all of it, it's we forgive our debtors as those who are in debt to us.
Mm-hmm.
But orally, we weren't taught that. We were growing up. I don't know about y'all, but everyone I knew, we forgive our trespasses as those to us. So it was almost like orally they scrubbed out the debtor part because they're all about money. They don't want you to be like, we forgive our debts. Oh, what about homework?
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, somewhere, and then there used to be every 7 years in it was called I want to say it was called the Holy Year, which was every 7 years, even if a bank institute or any kind of professional institute, it would scrub its debt religiously upon people in Roman, and I want to say Roman and Greek. Yeah, it was kind of a thing whenever they became Christians, right? So every 7 years they just scrub out the entire debt, and it was called like the Holy 7 years or something like that. I can't remember up on nugget, but so it became like a washing out of the monetary part of it and going to a trespassing part. Oh, if you did me wrong, but not if you owe me money, you still owe me money. You know, like it. To me, that I found that like a little ridiculous. You know, like how did it get from one point to the other? You know, and how did it soak into all of our nuggets in that way whenever it was written in a different way?
Well, it was used as a tool. I mean, like, okay, Larry just said Jesus quoted and believed the Old Testament. Larry is a very hardcore Bible Belt
There's my boy.
ecclesiastical Christian, I guess you would call him. I would say this, yes, to a degree, but he also challenged it in certain parts, and there was a reason for that. He challenged when God gave the children of Israel fiery snakes for complaining about being hungry. Jesus talks about that. You can go look it up, and he says, if your children are hungry, why would you give them snakes? You know,
right.
He's referring to the God of the Old Testament, and he's kind of saying, like, look, is that the true Father? Because when Jesus left the Holy Land, and a lot of people don't realize this, he was gone for years and years.
I did a whole show on that. The missing.
Oh, really? I got to check that out. Yeah, and Jesus was gone, and when he comes back, he's a different guy.
Because he was with Joseph of Arimathea, which was his uncle, and he was a trade router. So he went to India, Japan. He learned.
Yeah, he went all the way to Japan. See, and that is, and because it's not in the cutaway and torn apart and broken down King James version of the Bible, these people don't believe it. They will not believe it, because even though they found other books of the Bible in the Holy Land that say this is what is the real deal, those King James people will not believe, because they were taught that from when they were children. But I was taught that when I was a kid that there was a tooth fairy and there was Santa Claus and a lot of other things.
And there's no dog man or Bigfoot.
So I know that there are certain things that I was taught that didn't exist, and taught that other things that do exist. And then later on they said, we were just kidding. Those don't exist. None of it does. Well, it's like this. I don't believe that Santa Claus exists, other than people that have seen it, maybe a tulpa of some kind or whatever. Right. But I know that Dogman and Bigfoot exist, and so do ghosts. And all of those things I was told don't exist by my parents. So, and for me, people, and not to be insulting, but when they argue and vehemently about this belief that they have from when they were kids and young, whatever, I tell them this: I tell them it's about maturity. You have to grow in the spirit and actually accept what is the truth and stop clinging to things that are not even plausible, barely possible. And that's because they have been conditioned from when they were young to believe a certain way.
Right.
And that's just the truth. And so you have people who they just won't accept it. They will not accept it. But Joe, I'm going to run. I'm going to let you go. I appreciate you coming on, man. And let's plan a time for you to come on the show and you be a guest.
Yeah. I appreciate you having me. But you got me on one thing. Give me like 1 minute on it. It's a pretty cool thing that I just dropped into. So when Christ talks about, I did a thing on the spell of spelling, how like whenever you say certain words, it comes out, and almost like spells. So this dude was talking about how when Christ said, I am the truth, or I am the way, the truth, and the life. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So he's actually dictating himself as the I am, right? In the beginning, I am. And the way, if you looked at the original Jerusalem temple, the way was called the outside corridor where all the Jews could actually go into. The light was where only the priests could go, and the Holy of Holies, the temple on the inside, was called the life. So what Christ is actually saying in that aspect is, because the temple was torn in half, there is no other way to God but through me. He is the way, the light, and the life. And it's the entrance through the temples, the 1, 2, 3
Mm-hmm.
step Holy of Holies. I just thought that was a pretty cool little aspect. But yeah. But thank you, man. I appreciate you having me on your show.
One last thing before you run.
Yeah.
Larry Fisher, you probably met him. He was at the conference.
Yeah. Me and Larry talk on the phone all the time.
Yeah. So he says, Old Testament says he is coming. The gospel says he came. The epistles say he is coming back. It fits like a glove. Jesus fulfilled the law. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, Christ did. He said in Matthew 20, I want to say 22, 23, I did not come to demolish the malls of Moses, but I came to fulfill them. Also, within the Old Testament laws, like as far as dietary and stuff, Christ also said it's more important what comes out of your mouth than what goes into it.
Right.
So he did have differentials as far as what was letters of the law, as far as specifics, and what was actually more important. When the Pharisees and the Sadducees asked him, what's the most important commandments? And he said, love your God with all your heart and all your mind and all your soul, and love your neighbor as you love yourself. And the original 600 something commandments, the very first one was love God first. The very last one was love your neighbor yourself. He's combining them. So he didn't exactly specify on Old Testament law as far as the I wouldn't say inaccuracies of the law, because that would be that'd be just getting on someone else's nerve, but the specifics of the laws that weren't as important as the very true meanings of them together. So yeah, that's where I'd go on that. I mean, no, he argued with a bunch of them, but kept the value and the stronghold of it all. Like when they say, if God's so omnipotent, and then he can hold his Bible no matter who changes it to what, then they can change stuff and it'll still get its message through. That kind of a concept. Like, his message will get through regardless of the fine detail, because you follow Christ just tells you about love, peace, harmony. The Good Samaritan, You know, he's not saying go over and kill that whole village or, you know, and all their sheep and goat and women and blah, 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 and babies and the whole 9 yards. He's just saying, man, you know, like, be good to one another, be peaceful with one another, love each other, love God above all, you know, renounce sin that you know is wrong in your heart. Now, if you're like, oh, that bacon looks good, like, how hard are you sinning versus being, you know, a horrible person to another human being? You know, keep it in context.
Yeah. That is something that seems to be very hard to do with a lot of people who are very they take everything literal, and when you start taking everything literal, things get screwed up, you know,
Yeah.
because, you know, it's not, you know, there's some things that are and some things that aren't. Common sense is really just lacking in a lot of this. That's what I believe.
Dude, it's just like arguing with your old lady. If you're like, but you said last week, you know, like, but you said blah, 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 and then do the dishes, and then do the. You're like, but I did the dishes first, and then, but I did laundry before that, but I still got the chores done.
Yeah, you're arguing specifics. Yeah.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But you
All right,
got
Joe. Well, it's good talking to you, man. And let me know when you want me to come on, and you come on my show, and definitely, you know, we can work something out. You have a lot to offer. So,
yes, sir, bro.
yeah, I wouldn't have you on it if you didn't.
Yeah, I thank you again, once again. And to everybody out there in the chat, peace, love, God bless. Keep searching for the truth because it's out there, and eventually you'll find it. Even if it takes you past this lifetime, you will. I promise you.
All right, Joe. Peace.
All right, brother. Later, man.
So, Joe Breezy, good friend of mine, you know, lives in Central Texas here, works at, or his wife works at the gas station from the Chainsaw Massacre movie, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Larry, you and I will never agree, and that's fine. I love you like a brother. You know that. We talk and everything. You have a set belief that you're set in, and that's fine. You don't venture beyond it. But I will say this. You have a right to say what you want, and I posted it there. I don't agree with what you just said. I absolutely do not agree with that. I don't believe that it fits like a glove at all. I don't. I don't believe that Jesus would have argued so vehemently with the Pharisees and the Sadducees if they were correct, which is they cling to the Torah, or as we know it, the Pentateuch. They believe in the Torah, and they don't believe in anything else other than that. Okay, other than like within our Bible. Some of them don't even really believe in the other books that were put in the Old Testament. They believe in some of them, believe in some of them, and some of them believe in all of them, but they don't all believe in all of them. And what I mean by that is people of the Jewish faith. They don't necessarily believe in those books, just as they don't believe that Jesus is the Messiah. And in fact, there is a movement within Christianity, people like John Hagee, who claim that Jesus wasn't the Messiah. He says it point blank. Go look it up. He actually says it, and he wrote a book called In Defense of Israel. That is very controversial, should be more controversial than it is, and Christians should take a really hard look at this, just like Jehovah's Witnesses. They spend more time trying to be like God's people in the Judaism sense than they do Christianity. I don't believe that we are of the same faiths. I don't believe that Christians are Muslims or Jews, and I don't believe that we're. I think we're our separate people. When God is talking about His people, when Jesus is talking about, He's talking about Christians. But I mean true Christians, those who are followers of Christ and of the teachings of Christ. And I'm sorry to tell you, but sadly, the Old Testament doesn't teach us to be Christians. It teaches the Jewish people to be Jewish, and that's fine. And melding the two together doesn't really make a lot of sense. Jesus spent the bulk of his life defending from the attacks of those who were supporters of the Old Testament. And I'm sorry that many people were born and raised in that way. The Schofield King James version of the Bible, which I don't believe in, puts them into a position where they have to believe that the world is a certain way and that certain people are put above others. I don't believe that. I never have, and I never will. I will say this. When I was raised up in a Christian school, I was taught certain things about the Bible, taught to believe a certain way, which I know now is not correct. And you couldn't get me to change my mind at gunpoint. I don't care. And if you said you're going to die in the next 5 seconds, I would not change anything about myself. Maybe a couple things, but not that. Because ultimately, that's not going to get me into heaven, and that's not going to send me to hell. Because overwhelmingly, people who have near-death experiences have reported to others and myself that religion doesn't really matter. Now, somebody said that in the chat here that religion, there's 100 different religions. There's Mike Turner, and he says there's 100 different religions, only one is correct. Not true. Now, Mike, I love you like a brother too. You are a great friend of mine. We have the same last name. Mike is an African American, and I'm a white guy, I guess, or my mom's Hispanic, whatever you want to call me. But he's still my brother in Christ. Just like everyone should look at anybody, whether they're from Hong Kong or they're from Singapore or they're from Jerusalem or they're from Berlin or Moscow. It doesn't matter. Sydney, Australia, whatever country, whatever religion, whatever their skin tone, it doesn't matter. Male, female, white, black, brown, doesn't matter. Native American and Eskimo. Everyone was created equal. It's up to you to find the truth. God puts it right in front of you. He makes it very simple. But I also think that there is an oversimplification, and that's just condensing it down to a book that thick. That is not going to give you all of the answers that you need. What, though, it can do, and it will do, is if you choose to follow it to the letter of the law, it will make you feel better inside and stop anxiety and things like that about what is right and what is wrong. Cling to the parts, though, where Jesus talks and spend a whole lot less time reading the rest of it. I strongly suggest that. Now, I've suggested that in a church, and they told me that if they were not as polite as they really were, they would ask me to leave. I said, so you're basically telling me you want me to leave without asking me to leave because you're polite. They are considered to be Southern Baptists. They have a very closed-minded way of believing. So do Catholics. So do a lot of people. Even the Orthodox, even though I tend to agree with where they're at a little more than the others. They're still very closed-minded when it comes to their beliefs. But by the same token, so is Islam. It's very closed-minded. So is Judaism. And the different sects of each religion have a very closed-off way of being. This, ultimately, is the main problem when it comes to religion and religious beliefs. When you have taken into account multiple religions like I have, and you've chosen to sit down with an open mind and read and study each one, and I have actually read the Book of Knowledge. I've read all of these books. I've even read Mao Zedong's Little Red Book. To me, a despicable pile of tripe. I call it one of the most horrible, blasphemous books I've ever read. I've read the Talmud, which I strongly don't agree with. And I don't agree with anyone who would say those kinds of things about my Lord and Savior. I strongly disagree with certain parts of the Quran. I do not believe that eating pork is a sin. I do, however, think it's unhealthy. And I don't do it. Plus, I own a pig. And he's my friend. I would never eat his cohorts. That being said, I don't think it matters spiritually. And I think an adherence to these old archaic laws are just a gross misunderstanding by the humans that follow them. We know as followers of Christ, if you follow correctly, it doesn't matter if you eat bacon. We know it doesn't matter if you eat shellfish. Those laws were created to protect you from trichinosis and ocean-borne illnesses that have bacteria There's one in particular that's found in shellfish. I believe it's called starts with the V. It's found in oysters. It's very, very, very bad for you. Starts with a V. Something vinegarous, something. I can't remember the name off the top of my head because I'm so tired and it's 2 a.m. or I'd probably rattle it off. I could tell you tomorrow what it is. But it is very virulent and it will kill you. The ancient peoples knew this. And they used their religion to keep people from dying physically because of these illnesses. Something that really is not a part of what's going on nowadays. Trichinosis has not really been a real problem in the United States since the mid to late 60s. But there are people who will absolutely just go crazy if you tell them it's okay to eat pork. I will say this too. There are people to this day who refuse to believe in anything that's modern. They won't do it. They are looked at as a very good people. They're put up on a pedestal even and called holy and religious and righteous because they shun modern technology. That doesn't make them religious. That doesn't make them holy. And that doesn't make them righteous. That doesn't make them anything other than hypocrites, because what they do is not right and not good. What they do is don't live with modern amenities and then commit horrible sins in other ways. And I'm not going to say the names of these people and their groups. I've even had a curse from them thrown on me. Now, the only way that they would know about me, because they don't watch modern technology, is if they consort with people who do. So what they do is they will talk to people who do use modern technology and get the information from them and then use it to make decisions. Now, they're okay with those people and their neighbors, whoever they may be, going to hell as long as it precludes them going to hell. Does that make sense? Doesn't make sense to me. And I think that people fall into this trap of thinking that certain people are good because they abstain from certain things. And I will say this, I will take it a step further. I am not one of those people that's going to sit up here and pass judgment on you. Like he was talking about Matthew 7, which talks about judge not lest you be judged yourself. I'm not that person. I'm not going to tell you that you're a bad person for not believing in the truth, what I believe to be the truth. I'm not going to tell you that you're ignorant. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say that you are either misinformed or you're soon to be informed, because I'm hoping and I'm assuming here that you will go and try to learn. You will inform yourself of the reality that we live in, of the truth. There was a time when people did not believe that washing their hands was good for them. And they argued and they fought. And the guy who is responsible for that, as they give him credit for, he has a very weird name. His name is Ignaz Semmelweis, actually. And he's credited with saying, hey, we have microscopic things that live on our hands and that we should wash them because we touch these things, they're dirty. And when we eat with unwashed hands and when we do certain things, it makes us sick. People tried to kill this man. People told him he was crazy. When he tried to get rules and laws changed to regulate the meat industry, people went nuts because he's a lunatic. He's telling you that invisible, microscopic things that we can't even detect are living on our body and they're making us sick. Now, the Muslims have something that they do before they go into the mosque, and Jamai was what they call it. They wash their hands and their feet because you have to be clean, right? That's a good thing. That's important. But to this day, they don't acknowledge the existence of germs. They don't talk about it in the Quran, nor is it mentioned in the Bible. All they say is do not eat certain foods and that you need to wash your hands. Now, that was literally 2,000, almost 2,000 years, prior, when Jesus walked the earth, prior to when this actually took hold and people said, hey, we need to start washing our hands because it is unhealthy. It is a very, very, very dangerous thing to not clean ourselves. Now, is it unhealthy on a spiritual level? That's debatable. Probably not. What really matters is your spiritual health. But religion tells you to be clean, and they say cleanliness is next to godliness. Now, a person that takes a bath every day and goes out and wears cologne and deodorant and smells good, does that make them closer to God? No. I knew some very good smelling people back in the day who were evil as the day was long, male and female, who probably showered every day, primped and curled and made their hair look nice, and they looked dapper and they went out and they were the cat's meow. Men loved them, women swooned over them, whether they were male or female, whatever it was. And they talked a really good game. I knew a lot of them back in the day. But did that make them close to God? No, it didn't. And do I believe that cleanliness is next to godliness? No, I don't. I think it's a ridiculous, silly statement to make. My stepmom used to love to say that. I once told her, I was like, no matter how clean you think you are, it doesn't make you a better person than me. I shower just as much as you. I use shampoo and conditioner and whatever else I need to do to get clean. You get around me, more than likely I'm not going to stink unless I've been out in the sun working or I'm coming from the gym. Does that make me a better person? Does that make me better than you? Does that make me a better God-fearing man or a Christian? No, it doesn't. It just means my body's a little more hygienic than yours. You see where I'm going with this? Does it make sense? So we can sit here in the chat all day long and we can argue back and forth about the validity of what is good for you to eat and what is unhealthy and what is spiritually good for you to ingest and this and then that. We can go back and forth. And I'm sure my friend Larry Fisher will continue to argue that the Old Testament is the absolute word, even though it's a bunch of different books that were thrown together and made to fit. And not all of them came from the canon, and not all of them are part of the Jewish canon, which a lot of people adhere to Judeo-Christian. I'm not here to argue like Jesus said. I'm not here to take away. Okay? I'm here to tell you what you need to be reading, what you need to be learning. You can leave all those other books in there because all of them have some validity. All of them have some good things to say. But do I believe 100% that that is the absolute word of God? If I did, then I would be crazy. You know why? Because it contradicts itself in multiple places. And I'm not going to sit here and go over the contradictions and become more of an apostate in some people's eyes. It's pointless. You're arguing with a wall. Many people have used those contradictions to try to prove atheism and other heretical things that I don't agree with. And I'm not going to do that. The Bible has been used to promote slavery in many different countries and at many different times. And it's been used to attack slavery. All men are created equal. But multiple people in the Old Testament had slaves. God didn't frown on that. Which God? Who is God to you? And this, to me, is where the Holy Spirit is very important, because that is where you will find the true God. Because Christ is his Son, and he talks of his Father. But the Holy Spirit is what makes God God. His omnipotent energy soul. He is truly the only omnipotent being, and he is everything that is, and he is the great I am, as he says. That is an absolute. But every time in one of these books of the Bible that it talks about God, is it the same guy? That is the question. If you wanted me to look at it from a purely analytical point of view, I would tell you there's no way. No way that anybody that was absolutely sane could read that and say that is the same guy. And it offends people. And people are going to be very offended by what I say. And I understand that. And I've lost many listeners over the years. If I was still had the same listeners, I'd probably have 50,000 people right now. But that would be me appeasing you. That would make me a televangelist preacher who just wants to tell you feel good, this and that, and for you to pour in the money. And great, we build a big church. Then we build another big church. Next thing you know, we're the righteous gemstones. Awesome, great, good. I've been told many times by many preachers that it was my calling to be a preacher. But when I tell them how I believe and I tell them that I don't agree with you, they immediately rescind that and say, oh, so you know the word of God, but you don't want to teach it the way I want you to teach it. Therefore, I don't think you are a good preacher. I take back what I said. I don't think you should be teaching because you're not going to teach the word of God the way I believe it. What they mean is they want you to tell something that has become the canon for them in their faith. In order to be a Methodist preacher, you have to be of the Methodist faith. And that is not the same as being a Baptist, nor is it the same as being Episcopalian. And none of those are Protestant religions, including the Lutherans. They are not Catholic. So the Catholics look at them as not correct. By the same token, all those different religions of the Protestant faith do not look at the Catholics as correct. The Orthodox say they're both wrong. And then you have the Muslims with their multiple different sects of beliefs and religion. Their different sects tell them that there are words that were changed, or not really changed, but, that there was somebody who wanted to teach, and it was Ali, and he was different than Muhammad, and blah, blah, blah. But then they'll present a united front and tell you, oh, no, nothing's ever changed, and we all get along, and everything's great. Well, when you go and look at different parts of the world that are on fire because of the Sunni and the Shiite clashes, I would beg to differ. They are not all the same. And they have fought multiple wars, and they destroy and kill each other over their beliefs. By the same token, in the Knesset, the Jewish people fight constantly with one another and even come to blows on their what they would be their Senate floor over the proper way to approach governing the various different sects of Judaism. The Orthodox, in fact, do not believe that Israel should exist, although many of them live there. And they say that they are still under a curse by God and that it should not exist. And many of them have openly sided with the Palestinians and said, you know what? You're right. There will always be strife here because we shouldn't be here. Most of them are based out of New York City. Now, the Hindus. There's as many different takes on that as there are seas on salt in the ocean. They can't agree on the time of day. And then you throw in different various sects like the Sikhs and all these different types of beliefs, and you got, who knows, you got a quagmire. Buddhism, you have Shintoism, Taoism. There are so many different types of beliefs. And I'm going to tell you this, not one of them is wrong. Completely. But not one of them, not one that I've ever seen. Mormon, doesn't matter. Jehovah's Witness, not one of them is right. So I will tell you 100%, ending this conversation once again, that you can argue with me all day long and you can throw out all the KJV, whatever you want, throw it at me. Come on, whatever, bring it on. You are never going to convince me that that is the correct translation when it's missing so many books. And no matter how much you strongly believe you're right, my neighbors right next door, one of them is a Christian. Well, I don't think he's Christian. I think he is, whatever, but he's married to a woman who is Hindu. Across the street from them is a Muslim. Right next to them is a Catholic. And then on the other side is a Catholic. But in between them is people from Israel. They're Jewish. My neighbors over here are Muslim. And on the other side of them, more Hindus. Then I have some Buddhists on both sides of the wall over there. Right next to us are Pentecost Christians. What do they all have in common? They're all people who have a religion. They're also people who will die telling you 100%, if you argued with them, most of them would be very vehemently against you imposing your belief upon them to change religion. So I don't talk about religion or politics to my neighbors. I keep it very banal and just very like, well, nice weather, huh? Well, see ya. Nor, like I said earlier, do I tell them about my show. It's probably not my best interest. They're very grounded in the base reality that we live in, other than the guy down the street who has the haunted house. I told my nephew about it. Look, what I'm going to tell you right now is that you can be any faith you want, but I promise you, you're wrong. I promise you, you're wrong. And that was the fatal thing that cost Jesus his life. But he didn't care because he had to say what was right. He came to set the captives free. We are literally captives to our religions, which are all wrong. Not one of them is correct. And I will say this, when you go, when it is your time, and me too, when my day comes, and I stand before God, and I will, I believe that 100%. Do you think he's going to tell me, hey, you didn't follow religion correctly. You ate pork. You're going to go to hell for that. No, I do not believe that. Do I believe that my God is the cruel God that tells you to stop complaining or I'm going to send fiery serpents down? Do I believe that my God is the God that's going to go tell me to go and slaughter an entire group of people? Or just to prove a point that he would take away everything you own and destroy your whole life just to make a bet with the devil? I do believe that my God has an infinite amount of patience to deal with me and my crap and everyone else's. But for the betterment of the world and the society that we live in, and everyone's society, all living together in unison, and for the betterment of what it really is, the universe and the harmony of the universe, God will set the balance correct. He will set it straight. And that's where the Holy Spirit comes in. And that's where Jesus comes in. We live by the grace of God, all of us. And I think God cares very little about your religious beliefs. What he does care about, I do believe, is that you find a way to him. And Jesus tells us he is the way. He is the only way. Unfortunately, we've saddled ourselves with another bunch of books that have been put onto this that have validity. And at one time were very important. And most of it is a history that we don't want to lose. But is that the word of the Father of Christ? Not necessarily. And a lot of you don't want to hear that. And when I tell you that, it may make your ears bleed, makes your heart race, and you probably want to punch me in the face. And you can go to bed cursing my name all you want. Tomorrow, when you wake up, it doesn't make my words any less true. And you can report me to the kings of whatever platform you're listening to me on. It doesn't make you right. And you can type whatever you want. And I'm not going to take it away. And I put it up there like I did earlier. Did I agree with his statement about fitting like a glove? No, absolutely not. But did I put it up there? Yes, I did. Because it's Larry's right to believe like that. And far be it from me to take that away from him. Yes, Joe, I agree with that. What Joe just said. Do we call God all these different names? If you were a Hebrew, why would you have multiple names for the same guy? Now, I can understand if you were a man like me and you have a nickname, and some people know you by that nickname. But why would there be several different names from one group of people for their God? In fact, having the name of your God is of the utmost importance, because if not, you're worshiping something or someone else. The name changes everything. I don't believe they did. I believe one God, Father of Christ. Holy Spirit emanates through him and from him. And I go back to Genesis. And I'm going to say this too. I don't believe in the way that people believe that we were created. I stand by that, and I probably will to the day I die. I say probably because unless there's evidence that comes forth and there's stranger things that have happened, then that's what I'm going to believe. Good night, folks. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you to Shane, Michael Crisp. Thank you to Rye Voss for coming on, and my friend Joe Breezy for coming on and talking about their shows, their channels. They're smaller channels, but they're up and coming, and they're good guys, and they have a lot to say. Go and check them out. Check them out. For now, though, we're done. I'll see you tomorrow night. We do the UAP project again. You know, it doesn't get a lot of views compared to the other shows, but last night we had a lot of great information on there on last week's show on Saturday. Go check out Saturday's show. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. We had Rob Yox on there. We had Chris James, and then we also had Christopher Jordan. And we talked about the alien agenda, in particular the reptilians and what they're up to and what is going on, and alien abduction and all the different types of what could be construed as alien beings, why they exist, what they want, what our role is in the universe. We went deep. We went deep in it. And I would love for you guys to show up tomorrow and support PRT, but if you don't, I understand. Tend to be more into the dogman stuff. People love that, and then they don't really want to get into everything else. Well, you're doing yourself a disservice. I'm telling you. Check it out, guys. Every Saturday. Saturdays are becoming my favorite time. I wanted to do something different with Friday and revamp it, and that's what I'm going to do. Fridays were lagging behind severely. So I thought we needed to change things up, and that's what I did. Here we are. We're going to be doing things differently from now on because I don't want us to get stale and stagnate. Don't forget, just because you don't agree with me doesn't mean you don't love me, and just because you don't agree with me doesn't mean I don't love you. Right? We're all in this together. You keep trying to convince me, and I'll keep trying to convince you. That's what this is all about. All right, guys. Good night.